Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1. When I bought the house, I joked about the crooked fence and overgrown bushes. It felt like a steal, quiet, isolated, perfect, but the ground was soft in one spot, softer than it should have been. I thought maybe a buried septic tank or old animal bones. Curiosity got the better of me. I dug a little, then a little more, and I found it, a hand, pale, stiff, and too fresh. I called the authorities. They turned my backyard into a crime scene. But here's the part I never told anyone. That wasn't the only soft spot. I had found others weeks before. I just never said anything, because deep down I already knew this house had a history, one the cellars had scrubbed clean. The stains were under the floorboards, the photos were in the attic, and the truth, it was right under my feet, waiting. The detective who took my statement had tired eyes and calloused hands. He walked my property like he'd seen it all before. When he asked about the previous owners, I told him what the realtor had shared. A quiet family, good neighbors, moved suddenly for work, nothing unusual, but I didn't mention the smell I'd noticed the first week. Sweet and chemical, like cleaning products mixed with something organic. It lingered in the basement and seemed to seep through the walls on humid days. I started paying attention to things I'd overlooked. The way the neighbors across the street avoided eye contact when I waved, how conversations stopped when I walked by. The mailman who seemed nervous delivering packages, always glancing toward the backyard. Small things, probably nothing, but they added up. The house felt different after the authorities left, emptier, like something had been disturbed that should have stayed buried. I found myself walking the property at different times, testing the ground with my foot. 3 more spots gave way slightly under pressure. The soil was darker there, richer. I told myself it was just where the previous owners had composted or buried pet waste. But the photos changed everything. I was clearing out the attic when I found them, tucked behind old insulation in a cardboard box. Family pictures mostly, birthday parties, backyard barbecues, normal life captured in faded color, except for the dates. The pictures spanned decades, but the people were wrong. Different families, different faces, all in the same house, all using the same backyard. The earliest photos showed a young couple with twin boys. The latest showed an elderly woman with her adult son. Between them, at least 3 other families, all documented as if they'd lived here for years, all with the same artificial smiles and stiff poses, all standing in roughly the same spots where I'd found the soft ground. I counted the photos, 7 different families, 7 different time periods, but the realtor had only mentioned one previous owner. The woman at the county records office had ink-stained fingers and a habit of humming while she worked. She pulled the property history without asking questions. The house had changed hands 16 times in 40 years. Each sale was private. Each transaction was quick, cash only. No mortgage records, no inspection reports, just transfers of ownership with minimal documentation. Some names appeared on the records for months, others for years, but none of them matched the families in the photographs. It was as if the house consumed identities and spit out clean paperwork. I started driving through the neighborhood looking for the faces from the photos. The grocery store checkout clerk recognized one of the men, said he'd moved away suddenly, left his job without notice. The woman at the gas station remembered the elderly lady, said she'd been asking about her garden one day and was gone the next. Her son had come by to collect her things, said she'd gone to live with relatives. But there were no relatives. I checked obituaries, missing person reports, social media profiles that ended abruptly. The families in the photographs had vanished as completely as if they'd never existed. The basement held more secrets. Behind the water heater, scratched into the concrete wall, were initials, dozens of them, some carved deep, others barely visible. They formed a timeline of sorts. The oldest initials were weathered and faded. The newest looked fresh, recent enough that the concrete dust still clung to the letters. I compared them to the photos. The initials matched the families. Each set of letters corresponded to people who had lived in the house, people who had smiled for cameras in the backyard, people who had disappeared without explanation. The smell grew stronger as I investigated. It seemed to follow me from room to room, sweet and sharp, like flowers mixed with ammonia. I found the source in the pantry. A loose floorboard revealed a crawl space filled with containers. Mason jars lined the walls, each one labeled with dates and initials. The contents looked like ordinary household chemicals: bleach, drain cleaner, paint thinner, but the labels told a different story. Some jars were empty, others were half full. A few contained objects I couldn't identify, small white fragments that could have been anything. The dates spanned decades. The most recent jar was labeled with last week's date. My initials were already etched into the lid. I should have left then, packed my things and walked away, but something held me there, a morbid curiosity, a need to understand what had happened in that house, what was still happening. The previous owner had left a journal hidden behind a false wall in the master bedroom. The entries were methodical, clinical. Each page documented a new family, their habits, their routines, their weaknesses. The writer studied them like specimens, noting when they came and went, who they called, what they feared. The final entry was about me, written before I'd even moved in. It detailed my work schedule, my lack of close friends, my tendency to keep to myself. It described my habits with uncomfortable accuracy, how I liked my coffee, where I parked my car, which lights I left on at night. But the handwriting changed halfway through. The careful script became rushed, erratic, as if the writer had been interrupted or replaced. I found the real estate agent's business card tucked between the journal pages. The number was disconnected. The office address led to an empty storefront, but the signature matched the handwriting in the journal's later entries. The same person who had sold me the house had been documenting my life before I'd even signed the papers. The soft spots in the backyard weren't random. They formed a pattern, a deliberate arrangement that became clear when viewed from the attic window. The disturbed earth outlined the foundation of a larger structure, something that had been built and buried, something that extended far beyond the property lines. I started digging again, this time with purpose. The soil came away easily, as if it had been recently disturbed. Beneath the surface, I found remnants of a foundation, concrete blocks, rusted rebar, and something else, personal items, wedding rings, watches, small mementos that people carry with them, things that should have been buried with their owners. The neighbors finally approached me while I was digging. They'd been watching from their windows, whispering among themselves. The woman from across the street had something to say. She'd lived in the neighborhood for decades. She'd seen the families come and go. She'd noticed the patterns but never spoken up. Her voice was barely above a whisper when she told me about the man who'd lived in my house before me, how he'd been friendly at first, helpful, always willing to lend a hand or offer advice, but families who got too close to him had a way of disappearing, and he always seemed to know when new people were moving in, sometimes before they did. She described him perfectly, the same face from the recent photos, the same signature from the journal, the same person who had sold me the house and disappeared with the cash payment. But she also told me something else, something that made my hands shake as I held the shovel. The man hadn't lived in the house. He'd only visited, usually after dark, usually when the current residents were away. He'd had keys to every door, access to every room. He'd been watching families for decades, learning their habits, waiting for the right moment. And he'd been using the house as a temporary storage facility, a place to keep things until he needed them, including the families themselves. I found the underground chamber that night, hidden beneath the garden shed, accessible through a trapdoor covered by decades of rust and soil. The space was larger than my basement, concrete walls, fluorescent lighting, and evidence of long-term occupancy. The chamber contained everything I'd expected to find, and things I hadn't: medical equipment, surveillance monitors, files documenting dozens of families across multiple states, a systematic operation that had been running for decades. But the chamber was empty, recently vacated, the monitors still warm, the files still organized, as if someone had been using the space up until very recently. I climbed back to the surface and found a car in my driveway, the same make and model as the one described in the journal, the same license plate number from the real estate paperwork. The engine was still running, the driver's seat was still warm. He was inside my house, waiting, probably had been for weeks, watching me discover each piece of evidence, guiding me toward the truth at his own pace, the same way he'd watched the other families, the same way he'd documented their lives before they disappeared. I could smell his cologne in the hallway, see the impressions his shoes had left in the carpet, hear the floorboards creaking under his weight as he moved through the rooms above me. But I didn't run, I couldn't, because I finally understood what the house was, what it had always been: not a home, not a crime scene, but a trap, designed to catch people like me, people who asked too many questions, people who dug too deep. The soft spots in the backyard weren't graves, they were hiding places, temporary storage for people who needed time to disappear, time to become someone else, time to find their next target. And I'd been the perfect target, isolated, curious, willing to buy a house with a questionable history, willing to ignore the warning signs, willing to dig in the backyard despite knowing what I might find. The hand I'd discovered wasn't evidence of a crime. It was bait, carefully placed to start the investigation, to pull me deeper into the mystery, to make me complicit in my own disappearance. I can hear him coming down the stairs. His footsteps are measured, patient. He's not in a hurry. He's done this before, many times, and he's very good at it. The journal had one more entry, written in my handwriting, dated tomorrow. It described my sudden decision to move away, my plans to live with distant relatives, my request that no one try to contact me. But I never wrote those words. I never made those plans. Someone else had been practicing my handwriting. Someone else had been preparing my exit story. Someone else had been getting ready to become me. The soft spots in the backyard are waiting for one more addition. The realtor's sign is already planted by the street. The new listing is already posted online. The next family has already been chosen. And I'm about to become part of the house's history. Another set of initials carved into the basement wall. Another jar labeled with my name. Another missing person who moved away without explanation. The footsteps have stopped outside my door. The handle is turning, and I finally understand why the ground was so soft in that one spot. It wasn't hiding a body. It was making room for one. Crime 2, I was fishing alone like I always do. It's peaceful out there, away from people, away from noise. But that day something floated toward me. A A suitcase, half submerged, caught in the reeds. I dragged it out, expecting clothes, maybe old junk. What I found instead made my hands shake. Inside were plastic bags. Inside the bags, bones, human, cleaned, organized, and tucked in one of the zipper pouches, an envelope. My address written in block letters, nothing else. No note, no explanation. I looked around, suddenly aware of how alone I was. I buried the suitcase, not out of guilt, but fear. Because if someone knew where I lived and left that for me to find, it wasn't random. It was planned, and if I went to the police, I'd have to explain why my fingerprints were all over it. I still go back to the river sometimes, but I never fish anymore. I just watch the water, waiting to see if it gives up something else. The envelope haunted me for days. I kept it hidden in my workshop, sealed in a plastic bag like evidence I wasn't ready to face. The handwriting was methodical, each letter drawn with deliberate precision. Not hurried, not angry, just careful, professional almost. I traced the ink with my finger, wondering who had held this pen, who had written my name and address with such unsettling calm. I started paying attention to things I'd never noticed before. The mail carrier's route. The way my neighbor across the street always seemed to be watering his plants when I came home from work. The woman who jogged past my house every morning, always glancing toward my windows. Were they watching me? Had they always been watching? Sleep became impossible. I'd lie in bed listening to every creak, every settling sound the house made, the refrigerator humming, the heating system cycling on and off. Normal sounds that now felt loaded with meaning. I found myself checking the locks multiple times each night, peering through curtains to scan the street for unfamiliar cars. The bones kept appearing in my dreams, clean white fragments arranged in neat rows like some macabre museum display. I'd wake up with the taste of river water in my mouth, my sheets soaked in sweat. The smell of stagnant water and decay would linger in my nostrils long after I'd showered and dressed for work. I decided to investigate. Not officially, I couldn't involve the police without implicating myself, but I needed answers. I started with the suitcase itself. It was generic, the kind you'd find at any discount store. Navy blue with silver zippers, no distinguishing marks or stickers. The kind of luggage that was designed to blend in, to be forgotten. The plastic bags were standard kitchen storage bags, the type sold in every grocery store in the country. Even the bones themselves revealed little. They were clean, too clean, professionally prepared. This wasn't the work of an amateur. Someone had methodically stripped away flesh and tissue, leaving only pristine bone. The precision unsettled me more than the violence it implied. I began visiting the river at different times, observing the current patterns, the way debris collected in certain spots. The suitcase had been placed deliberately, positioned where it would inevitably wash up near my usual fishing spot. Someone had studied my habits, mapped my routines. They knew exactly where I'd be and when. At work, I found myself studying my colleagues differently. The secretary who always smiled too brightly when I walked past her desk. The maintenance worker who seemed to know everyone's schedule. The manager who asked casual questions about my weekend plans. Anyone could have access to employee files, to addresses, to personal information. I started keeping a journal documenting every interaction, every person who crossed my path. The cashier at the grocery store who commented on my purchases. The librarian who helped me find books on forensic anthropology. The pharmacist who filled my prescription for sleeping pills. Each conversation felt charged with hidden meaning. The envelope paper was heavy stock, expensive. I held it up to the light, searching for watermarks or identifying features. Nothing, but the weight of it felt significant, purposeful. This wasn't a random scrap of paper. Someone had chosen it specifically, the way they'd chosen everything else about this elaborate message. I began to notice patterns in my neighborhood. cars that appeared and disappeared at regular intervals, curtains that twitched when I left for work, the same faces appearing at the coffee shop, the gas station, the park where I sometimes walked, or maybe I was seeing connections that weren't there. Maybe the isolation was making me paranoid. The bones were small, delicate, not from a large person. The realization hit me like cold water. These could have belonged to someone young, someone vulnerable. The clinical precision of their preparation took on a more sinister dimension. This wasn't just murder. This was collection, display. Someone had taken great care to preserve these remains, to present them like trophies. I researched missing persons cases, scrolling through databases of faces that would never come home. So many people simply vanished, leaving behind nothing but questions and grieving families. The bones in that suitcase had once been someone's child, someone's sibling, someone's friend. They deserved justice, but I couldn't give it to them without destroying myself. The return trips to the river became compulsive. I'd stand at the water's edge, watching the current carry leaves and debris downstream. Sometimes I'd see shapes in the water that made my heart race, a branch that looked like an arm, a plastic bag that resembled fabric. The river had become a repository of secrets, and I was both witness and accomplice. I started noticing the smell everywhere, that distinctive odor of stagnant water and decay that had clung to the suitcase. It followed me home, lingered in my car, seemed to permeate my clothes. I'd shower repeatedly, scrub my hands until they were raw, but the smell persisted. Or maybe it was just in my memory, embedded so deeply that I'd never escape it. The handwriting analysis became an obsession. I compared the block letters to every piece of writing I could find, receipts, notes, documents. I studied the pressure patterns, the slight variations in letter formation. Someone had tried to disguise their natural writing style, but small habits emerged. The way they crossed certain letters, the slight slant to their vertical lines. These details felt important, even if I couldn't decode their meaning. Late at night, I'd sit in my workshop with the envelope spread before me, trying to understand the message. Why my address? Why me? What connection did I have to those bones, to that careful arrangement of death? The questions circled endlessly, like water in a drain, always returning to the same dark center. I began to suspect everyone and trust no one. The barista who remembered my usual order, the mechanic who serviced my car, the real estate agent who'd sold me the house. Any of them could have had access to my personal information, could have been planning this elaborate revelation. The paranoia was exhausting, but I couldn't stop. The bones were still out there, buried where no one would find them. I'd chosen the location carefully, away from walking paths, away from areas where dogs might dig. But sometimes I wondered if that was part of the plan too. If someone was watching, waiting to see what I'd do with their gift. The burial site became another secret I carried, another weight added to the growing collection. I kept expecting the next phase, the follow-up message, the revelation of what was wanted from me. But the silence stretched on, more unnerving than any threat. The waiting was its own form of torture. Every day that passed without answers made the mystery more oppressive. I was trapped in someone else's game, following rules I didn't understand toward a conclusion I couldn't predict. The river keeps flowing, carrying its secrets toward the sea. And I keep watching, knowing that somewhere in that dark water, more messages might be waiting. The suitcase was just the beginning. The bones were just the opening move. And I'm still here, still waiting, still afraid to discover what comes next. Crime 3, when I bought the place, the previous owner said the freezer didn't work. It was padlocked shut, cord wrapped tight. I figured it was just junk and ignored it. Until one night I heard a mechanical hum from the basement. The freezer was on, the lock was gone. I opened it. Inside were vacuum-sealed bags, each containing something long and pale. Limbs, human by the look, everything perfectly frozen. At the bottom, a plastic container. Inside it, photos, dozens of them, different people. Different places. In one photo of me, smiling, unaware I never posed for it. I called no one. I unplugged the freezer and left town. But now sometimes when my phone rings, no one answers. And I know the freezer wasn't the only thing left behind. The house felt different after that night, not just because of what I'd seen, but because of what I couldn't unsee. The photograph of myself haunted me more than the frozen remains. Someone had been watching me. Someone had been close enough to capture that moment when I was completely unguarded, probably walking to my car or checking the mailbox. The angle suggested they were hidden, maybe across the street or behind a neighbor's fence. I started noticing things I'd missed before, the way certain floorboards creaked in a pattern that didn't match my footsteps, how the kitchen window faced directly into the backyard where I'd spent countless evenings reading, completely visible to anyone who might be watching from the trees. The spare key I kept under the fake rock by the front door had been moved slightly. Not enough that most people would notice, but enough that the dirt pattern underneath was different. The previous owner had been an older man, soft-spoken and eager to sell. He'd mentioned a recent death in the family, said he needed to relocate quickly. His handshake had been firm, his eyes clear. Nothing about him seemed deceptive. But then again, nothing about my own reflection in that photograph had seemed like the face of someone being stalked. I began researching the house's history. The county records showed it had changed hands frequently over the past decade. 5 different owners in 10 years. Each stay was brief, each sale described as urgent. The realtor who'd sold it to me had mentioned the previous owner's eagerness, but I'd attributed it to grief. Now it felt like something else entirely. The local library had old newspaper archives. I spent hours scrolling through microfiche, looking for anything connected to the address. Missing persons reports, unsolved cases, property disputes. What I found was worse than what I'd expected and somehow less satisfying. A pattern, but not a clear one. People disappearing from the neighborhood over the years. Not all at once, not in any obvious sequence. Just individuals who'd stopped showing up to work, stopped returning calls, stopped being seen around town. The police reports were frustratingly vague. Adults who'd left no forwarding addresses, no signs of struggle, no evidence of foul play, just absence where there had once been presence. The kind of disappearances that get filed away and forgotten because there's nothing concrete to investigate. I started driving by the house at different times, parking across the street and watching. The new owners had moved in quickly, a young couple with a toddler. They'd repainted the exterior, planted flowers in the front yard, hung cheerful curtains in the windows. They looked happy. They looked unaware. During one of these surveillance sessions, I noticed someone else watching too. A figure in a car parked further down the street, engine running, face obscured by the angle of the windshield. When I tried to get a better look, they drove away. But I'd seen enough to know they'd been there for a while, windows slightly fogged from breath, suggesting they'd been sitting there much longer than I had. The photographs from the freezer had been professional quality, not the grainy, hasty shots of someone using a phone camera, but carefully composed images with proper lighting and focus. This suggested equipment, preparation, patience. It suggested someone who'd done this before, someone who knew what they were doing. I'd kept one of the photos, the one of myself. I couldn't bring myself to turn it over to authorities because I couldn't explain how I'd found it without admitting to the rest of what I'd discovered. The photo showed me in my backyard, reading a book, completely relaxed. The book was one I'd finished just before moving out, which meant the photo had been taken recently. Very recently. The person in the other car had been wearing a baseball cap pulled low over their face. Gender was impossible to determine from that distance. but their posture suggested familiarity with watching, with waiting. They'd known exactly where to park for the best view of the house while remaining inconspicuous to most passers-by. I began to wonder if I'd been wrong about the previous owner. His eagerness to sell, his cash-only requirement, his refusal to provide references from previous addresses. What if he hadn't been running from grief, but from something else entirely? What if he discovered the same thing I had, made the same choice I'd made, and simply passed the problem along to the next unsuspecting buyer? The freezer itself had been expensive, commercial grade, the kind used in restaurants or medical facilities. Not something you'd typically find in a residential basement. The previous owner had claimed it came with the house, but the warranty sticker showed a purchase date from just 2 years ago. Someone had bought it specifically, installed it specifically, used it specifically. I started receiving calls at strange hours. Not the kind where someone speaks and hangs up, but the kind where the line stays open and you can hear breathing, ambient noise, the subtle sounds of someone listening as intently as you are. The caller ID always showed different numbers, but they had a pattern. Local area codes. Numbers that, when I called them back, belonged to disconnected services or businesses that claimed they'd never called me. The young couple at my former house had no idea what they'd inherited. I'd watched them through their windows, seen them laughing over dinner, playing with their child, living the kind of normal life I'd thought I was buying into. They'd probably never bothered to check the basement thoroughly, probably never questioned why the previous owner had left behind such an expensive appliance. But someone else was watching them too. The same car or similar ones appeared regularly on their street. The occupants never stayed long enough to be memorable, never did anything obviously suspicious. They were just there, part of the background, part of the new normal that was settling around that house like a shroud. I realized I'd become part of the pattern. Another person who discovered something they couldn't handle, made choices they couldn't explain, and moved on without resolution. The cycle was continuing, and I was both victim and participant. The photographs, the disappearances, the watchers, they were all connected by something larger than any individual crime. The most disturbing realization was that I'd never actually seen the bottom of that freezer. The plastic container with the photographs had been sitting on top of more vacuum-sealed bags, and I'd been too horrified to investigate further. There could have been dozens more packages beneath what I'd seen. There could have been records, documents, evidence of things that went back years. And now someone else lived in that house, someone with a child, someone who might eventually hear that same mechanical hum in the night and make the same terrible discovery I had. But they wouldn't have the luxury of ignorance that I'd had. Someone was still watching, still waiting, still adding to their collection. The phone calls continued, but I stopped answering. The photographs I'd taken from the freezer remained hidden in my new apartment, evidence of something I couldn't prove and couldn't forget. And sometimes, when I looked out my window, I saw the same kind of car parked across the street, the same patient figure behind the wheel, the same sense that the distance I'd put between myself and that house was just an illusion. Because the truth was, I'd never really left. None of us had. We were all still there in those photographs, in that basement, in that cycle of discovery and flight and willful blindness. And somewhere in a house with happy curtains and a young family, a freezer was humming in the darkness, waiting for the next person to find what was always meant to be found. Crime 4, I've scrubbed blood out of carpets and scraped tissue off tile. You grow numb after a while, it becomes muscle memory, spray, wipe, bag, repeat. But nothing prepared me for what I found behind that final door. The address was just another on the list, a routine cleanup. No police tape left, just silence and stains. I walked in with my gloves on and my head down until I noticed something on the coffee table. A framed photo of my house, my couch, a picture I never took. My heart started pounding, but I kept moving. The bedroom was worse. The walls were covered in newspaper clippings, each one about disappearances. Each one crossed out in red, except for one, mine. That article didn't exist yet, but someone had written it, every detail about me. Even the things I never told anyone. I ran. I didn't finish the job. I haven't slept since, because that wasn't just a message, it was a schedule. The smell hit me first when I returned the next morning. Not the usual metallic tang of dried blood, but something organic, sweet decay mixed with bleach. Someone had been back, someone had cleaned what I couldn't finish. My equipment sat exactly where I'd left it, but the bottles had been refilled, fresh chemicals. The photo was gone from the coffee table, but the indentation remained in the dust. I should have called the police then, should have walked away and never looked back. Instead, I found myself checking the other rooms more carefully. The bathroom mirror had been wiped clean, but under the fluorescent light I could see fingerprints that weren't mine, too small, too delicate, a woman's hands. The medicine cabinet was open just a crack, revealing prescription bottles with names I didn't recognize. All the same address, this address. The kitchen drawer stuck when I tried to pull it open. Inside, beneath a pile of takeout menus, I found a manila envelope. My name was written across the front in careful block letters. Inside were photographs, me entering different houses, me loading equipment into my van, me eating lunch at the diner I visited after every job. Someone had been following me for weeks, maybe months. The final photo showed me sleeping in my own bed, taken through my bedroom window. I sat on the stained couch and tried to make sense of it. The house felt different now, like it was listening. The walls seemed to absorb sound, making my breathing unnaturally loud. I noticed scratch marks on the hardwood floor near the entrance, deep gouges as if someone had been dragged. The pattern was too deliberate to be random damage. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. Check the basement. I hadn't seen a basement door during my initial walkthrough, but when I looked again, I found it behind a curtain in the hallway. The door was unlocked, hanging open just enough to let cold air seep through. The wooden steps creaked under my weight as I descended into darkness. My flashlight beam caught something white against the far wall. More photographs, hundreds of them, all pinned to a cork board that covered the entire wall. Images of people I'd never seen before but somehow recognized. Faces from missing person reports, newspaper clippings, police sketches, and in the center a timeline drawn in red marker connecting dates and locations. My cleanup jobs, every single one. I was looking at a map of murders, places where I'd scrubbed away evidence, thinking I was helping families move on. But someone had been using my services to cover their tracks. The cleanup requests had never been random. They'd been planned, orchestrated. I was part of something bigger, something that had been going on for years. A sound from upstairs froze me in place. Footsteps, slow, deliberate movements across the floor above. Someone was in the house, someone who knew I was here. I turned off my flashlight and listened. The footsteps paused directly above me, then moved toward the basement door. I pressed myself against the wall, heart hammering so loud I was sure they could hear it. The footsteps started down the stairs, one by one, taking their time. My hand found a loose piece of wood on the floor, not much of a weapon, but something. The beam of a flashlight swept across the basement, searching. "I know you're down here." A woman's voice, calm, almost friendly. I recognized it from somewhere but couldn't place it. The light moved closer, and I saw her silhouette at the bottom of the stairs. She was holding something in her other hand, something that glinted in the flashlight beam. "You weren't supposed to find this room," she said, "but since you did, we need to talk." She turned the light toward me, and I saw her face. The woman from the diner, the one who always sat in the corner booth reading the newspaper, the one who'd made small talk about my work, asked innocent questions about my schedule, my clients, how I got my jobs. "You've been very helpful," she continued, "but your part in this is over." I realized then that I'd never actually received those cleanup requests through official channels. They'd always come from her, passed along through intermediaries. Phone calls from people who claimed to know someone who needed help. Cash payments left in envelopes. No paper trail. No records. The piece of wood in my hand felt useless. She was blocking the only exit, and I was trapped in a basement full of evidence of crimes I'd unknowingly helped cover up. My fingerprints were all over those crime scenes. My DNA was on the cleaning equipment. If anyone found this room, I'd be the prime suspect. "There's no point in running," she said. "Your van is already in the lake. Your house is already cleaned. As far as the world knows, you disappeared after your last job, just like the others." But I was already moving. The flashlight beam followed me as I ran toward the far corner of the basement where I'd seen another door. It was locked, but the wood was old and soft. I threw my shoulder against it, and it gave way. Cool air rushed in from the darkness beyond. I found myself in a tunnel that seemed to run under the street. My phone had no signal, but the screen provided just enough light to see rough concrete walls and a path that sloped upward. Behind me, I could hear her following. No rush, no panic, just steady footsteps that suggested she'd done this before. The tunnel ended at a metal grate that opened onto a storm drain. I pushed through into daylight, emerging behind a row of abandoned buildings. My van was gone, just like she'd said, but there was a pay phone across the street. I ran toward it, fishing coins from my pocket. But who could I call? The police would find my fingerprints at a dozen crime scenes. My equipment, my DNA. The evidence would point to me as the killer, not her. She'd planned this perfectly. I was the perfect patsy. A man who cleaned up after murders, who had access to crime scenes, who worked alone and kept no records. I stood there with the phone in my hand, realizing I had no proof of anything. No evidence that would save me. Just a story that sounded like the desperate lie of a guilty man trying to shift blame. The photo from the coffee table was gone. The basement room would be cleaned by now. Everything that could implicate her would disappear, leaving only the evidence that pointed to me. I hung up the phone and started walking. I couldn't go home, couldn't contact friends or family, couldn't even use my real name, because somewhere out there she was already preparing the next phase of her plan, the final cleanup, the one that would tie up all the loose ends. And I was the biggest loose end of all. I keep moving now, keep looking over my shoulder, because I know she's still out there, and I know she's not done with me yet. The article she wrote about my disappearance will eventually become real. The only question is when, and whether anyone will ever find the basement room that holds the truth about what really happened in those houses I cleaned. The houses where I thought I was erasing tragedy, but was actually helping create it. Crime 5, rent was always paid on time, no complaints, no noise, just a quiet tenant who kept to himself. Then one day he was gone, the apartment was empty, keys left behind, no note, but in the closet under the carpet I found a trapdoor I'd never seen before. It opened to a tunnel. Narrow, damp, and far longer than any building code would allow. I followed it for what felt like forever. Along the walls were photos, black and white, blurry faces. Some looked scared. Others didn't look alive. At the end of the tunnel was a single chair with restraints, and blood dried into the wood. I never went back in. I sealed the trapdoor shut, but sometimes, late at night, I hear faint knocking from the floorboards, and I wonder if he ever really left. The knocking started 3 days after I sealed that entrance. Rhythmic tapping, like someone drumming fingers against wood from underneath. I convinced myself it was pipes settling, old building groaning, but pipes don't tap in patterns. They don't pause when you walk over them, then resume when you leave the room. I own 12 rental properties, been in this business for over 2 decades. You learn to read tenants, spot the troublemakers, the ones who will skip out owing money. He wasn't one of those. Clean background check, stable employment, references that checked out. The kind of tenant landlords dream about. Cash deposits, never called for repairs, kept the place immaculate. The lease was signed in my office. I remember his handwriting, careful and precise. Block letters like someone trying to disguise their natural script. He wore gloves that day. Leather ones despite the warm weather, said he had a skin condition. The way he held the pen, gripping it too tight, knuckles white through the gloves. He moved in on a weekend. I offered to help with boxes, but he declined. Said he preferred handling his belongings personally. I watched from my car as he carried identical black cases one by one up the stairs. No furniture truck, no friends helping. Just him and those cases, each one exactly the same size. The building dates back to the early 1900s. Solid construction, thick walls, original hardwood floors. The apartment he rented was on the second floor, overlooking the courtyard. Corner unit, 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. I'd renovated it myself the year before, stripped everything down to the studs. I knew every inch of that space. Which is why the trapdoor made no sense. I found it during my walkthrough after he vanished. The apartment was pristine, cleaner than when he moved in. But something felt wrong. The air smelled different. Not bad exactly. Sterile, like a hospital room or a laboratory. I opened every window, but the scent lingered. The closet in the smaller bedroom caught my attention. The carpet wasn't lying flat. One corner had lifted slightly, creating a small bulge. When I pulled it back, I saw the outline of a square cut into the floorboards. The cuts were precise, professional. Someone had used proper tools, taken their time. The trapdoor opened easily, too easily. The hinges were new, recently oiled. Below was darkness and the smell of damp earth. I grabbed a flashlight from my truck and descended. The tunnel stretched beyond the reach of my beam. The walls were lined with concrete blocks mortared with care. This wasn't some hastily dug passage. Someone had planned this, engineered it. The floor was smooth, slightly sloped for drainage. Electrical cables ran along the ceiling, feeding small lights every few feet. The photographs started appearing about 50 feet in, thumbtacked to the walls at eye level. Black and white prints developed on glossy paper. The faces were mostly obscured either by shadows or motion blur, but the expressions were clear enough. Fear, confusion. Some looked drugged, eyes unfocused, mouths slack. I stopped counting after 30 pictures. My hands were shaking, making the flashlight beam dance across the walls. The tunnel seemed to narrow as I continued, or maybe my chest was tightening. The air grew thicker, harder to breathe. The chair sat in a widened section of the tunnel, like a small room carved from the earth. It was old, possibly antique. Wooden frame, high back, wide armrests. The leather straps were newer additions. They'd been attached with screws, the holes drilled precisely to avoid weakening the structure. Dark stains covered the seat and backrest. Some had soaked deep into the wood grain. Others were more recent, still slightly tacky to the touch. I didn't need laboratory tests to know what they were. Behind the chair, a small table held various items. Rolls of tape, lengths of rope, bottles of clear liquid with handwritten labels. A camera, expensive looking, digital. Memory cards scattered nearby. I didn't touch any of it. The tunnel continued beyond the chair, disappearing into darkness. I'd seen enough, more than enough. I climbed back to the apartment, my legs unsteady, and sealed the trapdoor with a sheet of plywood and wood screws. Then I moved the carpet back, positioned furniture over the spot. I should have called the police immediately. That's what any rational person would do. but I kept thinking about the photographs, the faces. Some looked familiar. Not people I knew personally, but faces I might have seen in passing. The grocery store clerk who suddenly stopped showing up for work. The jogger who used to run past my house every morning until she didn't. Instead, I started researching. Missing persons reports, cold cases, unsolved disappearances. The patterns were there if you knew how to look. People who vanished without explanation, leaving behind puzzled families and friends. The time frames matched his residency. The descriptions matched some of the faces I'd seen. I pulled the rental applications from my files. His employment verification led to a disconnected phone number. The previous landlord reference went to a mail forwarding service. The credit report showed a clean history, but something about the account numbers looked wrong. Too sequential, too neat. The bank where he'd gotten the cashier's checks had no record of the transactions. The signature on file didn't match the lease. Even his driver's license, which I'd photocopied, came back invalid when I called the DMV. He'd been living in my building for 18 months under a completely fabricated identity, using my property as his base of operations, and I'd taken his money, shaken his gloved hand, told him to call if he needed anything. The knocking from below grew more frequent, always at night, always when I was trying to sleep. I moved to a hotel for a week, but it didn't help. The sound followed me in my dreams, desperate tapping, like someone trying to communicate in code. I hired a contractor to pour concrete over the trapdoor, told him it was a structural issue, potential foundation problems. He was thorough, professional. 3 inches of reinforced concrete sealed at the edges. Nothing was getting through that. The knocking stopped, but other sounds replaced it. Footsteps in the hallway outside the apartment, keys jingling, the elevator opening and closing without anyone calling it. The building's security cameras showed nothing unusual, just empty corridors, shadows moving in peripheral vision. I installed new locks, changed the building's entry codes, hired a security company to patrol the area. None of it made me feel safer, because the real question wasn't whether he'd return, it was whether he'd ever actually left. The tunnel had to lead somewhere. Tunnels don't just end in chairs and tables. They connect places, provide escape routes, serve purposes. I'd only seen a fraction of what he'd built beneath my building. For all I knew, there were other entrances, other rooms, other chairs. I started watching the other tenants more carefully, looking for signs, behaviors that might indicate they weren't who they claimed to be. The elderly woman on the 3rd floor who never received mail. The couple in the basement apartment who paid rent in cash and never seemed to leave together. The college student who was always carrying identical black cases. Maybe I was being paranoid. Maybe the trauma of discovering that chamber had affected my judgment. But when you've seen what people are capable of hiding, when you've touched dried blood and smelled fear soaked into concrete, paranoia starts feeling like wisdom. The police finally came when I called them. I told them about the tenant, the fake identity, the tunnel. They took notes, asked questions, seemed genuinely concerned. But when they tried to investigate, they found nothing. The concrete had been poured too well. Ground-penetrating radar showed anomalies, but not enough to justify tearing up the building. The case was filed as suspicious circumstances, pending further evidence. The detective gave me his card, told me to call if anything else developed. I still have that card in my wallet. The phone number was disconnected 6 months later. He left behind one thing I hadn't found initially, a notebook hidden inside the light fixture in the bathroom. Pages of handwritten observations, detailed notes about the building's other residents, their schedules, their habits, their vulnerabilities. My own routine was documented with clinical precision. The final entry was dated the day before he disappeared. It contained a single line: "The foundation work is complete. Time to expand operations." I sold the building within a year. The new owners seemed satisfied with their investment. They've made some improvements, updated the security system, installed new lighting in the hallways. But I still drive by sometimes, checking the windows for signs of occupancy. The apartment he rented remains empty. The new owners say they can't seem to keep tenants there. People move in, pay deposits, sign leases. Then they leave within weeks, forfeiting their money, refusing to explain why. The turnover is becoming a problem. I wonder if they've found the notebook, if they've noticed the sounds that come from beneath the floors, if they've felt the presence that lingers in that corner unit, watching from behind curtains that never quite close properly. Sometimes I imagine he's still down there, in rooms I never discovered, continuing his work. The tunnel could stretch for miles beneath the neighborhood, connecting basements, threading through old foundations, providing access to dozens of buildings. He had 18 months to dig, to plan, to prepare. The knocking has returned, not from my old building, but from the house where I live now. Soft tapping beneath the floorboards, rhythmic and patient, like someone trying to tell me something important. I haven't looked for the source. I don't think I want to know what I might find. But sometimes, late at night, I wonder if he ever really left, or if leaving was never part of his plan. Crime 6, it started with a lake. I crawled under the house to fix a pipe, but something caught my eye in the dirt. A leather-bound book, covered in mold, pages stiff. I opened it. The writing was messy but detailed. It described murders, not in general but specifics, locations, methods, the victim's last words. I thought it was fiction, until I Googled one of the names. Real, unsolved. Then I found my own name in the final entry, a description of me sleeping, the shirt I wore. The scar on my wrist, I don't know who wrote it, but someone did, and they knew I'd find it. I moved it to a box in the attic. The next day it was back in the crawl space, waiting. The smell hit me first when I descended into that cramped space again. Not the usual mustiness of old wood and damp earth, but something metallic, something that made my stomach turn. I told myself it was just the rust from the pipes, but my hands were already shaking as I reached for the journal. The leather felt different this time, warmer, like it had been held recently. I flipped through the pages with growing dread, my eyes scanning the familiar scrawl that seemed to dance in the weak light filtering through the foundation vents. Each entry was dated, methodical, clinical in its precision. The handwriting was careful, deliberate, like someone who took pride in their work. The first case I researched was a woman found in her apartment. The journal described her final moments with an intimacy that made my skin crawl. How she'd tried to hide behind her bedroom door. How she'd whispered her daughter's name before the end. The official police report mentioned none of these details, but when I dug deeper into archived news articles, I found a quote from a neighbor. She'd heard someone calling out a child's name that night. I spent days cross-referencing the entries. 7 cases, all unsolved, all matching the journal's descriptions with terrifying accuracy. Details that were never released to the public. Personal items that went missing. Last words that only the killer could have known. My coffee grew cold as I sat at my kitchen table, surrounded by printouts and notes, feeling like I was assembling a puzzle that I didn't want to complete. The handwriting analysis I ordered came back inconclusive. The paper was old but not ancient. The ink had faded in places, but recent moisture had caused some entries to bleed. Whoever wrote this had been careful, methodical, but human, very human. I started noticing things around my house. A window I was certain I'd locked was unlatched. My spare key moved from under the garden gnome to beneath the porch steps. Small things that could be explained away but accumulated like drops of water eventually carving through stone. The journal had mentioned my sleeping habits with disturbing precision, how I always slept on my right side, how I kept a glass of water on my nightstand, how I talked in my sleep sometimes, calling out for my sister. The sister detail stopped me cold. I'd never mentioned her to anyone in this town. She'd died when we were children, and I'd spent years trying to forget, but somehow the journal knew. It knew about the way I'd blamed myself. It knew about the recurring dreams where I tried to save her but always arrived too late. I decided to set up a camera in the crawl space. If someone was returning the journal, I'd catch them. The first few nights showed nothing but spiders and the occasional mouse. But on the fourth night, the footage went black for exactly 3 hours. Not static, not interference, just black, like someone had covered the lens with their hand. The next morning, I found a new entry in the journal, fresh ink, still slightly wet. It described my investigation, my sleepless nights, my growing paranoia. It mentioned the camera. It mentioned my plan to install motion sensors. It mentioned things I'd only thought about, never spoken aloud. I called the police, but what could I tell them? That I'd found a journal that might be connected to unsolved murders, that someone was sneaking into my crawl space. They took my statement with a kind of polite skepticism reserved for people who report alien abductions. They promised to look into it. That night I couldn't sleep. Every sound made me jump. The house settling, the refrigerator humming, the neighbor's dog barking. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to rationalize what was happening. Maybe I was losing my mind. Maybe the stress of the divorce, the new job, the isolation had finally caught up with me. But then I heard it, footsteps, not above me but below. Careful, measured steps moving through the crawl space. I grabbed my phone and dialed emergency services, whispering my address into the receiver. The footsteps stopped, complete silence. Even the dog next door had gone quiet. When the police arrived, they found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no footprints in the soft earth under the house. The journal was gone. They searched thoroughly, professionally, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. I was becoming that person every neighborhood has, the one who files too many reports, who sees danger in every shadow. The next week I decided to move. The house felt contaminated, poisoned by whatever had been happening. But as I packed my belongings, I found something that made my blood freeze. Hidden in my bedroom closet, wrapped in one of my old shirts, was the journal. It hadn't been there when I'd searched before. I was certain of that. This time there was a note tucked inside the front cover. Written in the same careful handwriting, it contained just a few words. You can't run from what you've already done. I stared at those words until they blurred. What had I done? I'd lived quietly, worked honestly, hurt no one. But doubt began to creep in like water through cracks. My memory of the past few months felt fuzzy, incomplete. There were gaps I couldn't account for. Evenings where I'd wake up on the couch with no memory of falling asleep. Mornings where my clothes smelled like places I'd never been. The final entry in the journal was the one that broke me. It wasn't about me finding the journal. It was about me writing it. It described the careful planning, the selection of victims, the methodical recording of each act. It described the satisfaction of leaving clues for myself to find, the psychological game of hunter and prey played out in my own mind. But that couldn't be true. I would remember. I would know, wouldn't I? I closed the journal and sat in the growing darkness of my bedroom. Outside, the neighbors' lives continued their normal rhythms. Children laughed in distant backyards. Cars pulled into driveways. The world moved forward while I remained frozen, holding a truth I couldn't accept and couldn't deny. The handwriting in the journal looked different now. Not foreign, but familiar, like seeing your own signature after forgetting how to write it. The details about my sleeping habits weren't surveillance, they were observations. The knowledge of my sister wasn't investigation, it was memory. I don't know how long I sat there, staring at the journal. The room grew cold. My hands went numb. But I couldn't move, couldn't think beyond the terrible possibility that the person I'd been searching for was the person I'd been running from all along. The journal remains on my nightstand. I haven't opened it since that night, but I know it's there, waiting. Sometimes I catch myself reaching for it, wanting to read more, wanting to understand, but understanding might be worse than ignorance. Tomorrow I'll call the police again. I'll tell them everything. I'll submit to whatever tests they want, answer whatever questions they have. But tonight I sit here in the darkness, wondering if the person who committed those crimes is the same person who's horrified by them. Wondering if justice means turning myself in for acts I can't remember committing. The leak under the house is still there. I never did fix that pipe. Crime 7, I cut through the woods to save time. I'd done it dozens of times, but that day I saw something new, a clearing I hadn't noticed before. In the center, a circle of stones. Inside the circle were dozens of objects, photos, wallets, bits of clothing, rusted jewelry. It looked like a shrine or a warning. Some of the items were scorched, others had dried blood. I recognized one item immediately, a bracelet I thought I'd lost years ago, but I never walked this way before. How did it get here? I backed away. A branch snapped behind me. I ran. When I got home, I checked my pockets. Inside was a photograph of me, taken from the clearing. I haven't walked through the woods since, but the trail keeps appearing closer to my door. The photograph haunted me. The angle suggested someone had been watching from the tree line while I stood frozen at the shrine. My face showed pure terror, an expression I didn't remember making. The image quality was too crisp for an old camera, too deliberate for a random snapshot. Someone had been waiting. I called the police. The officer who answered sounded bored until I mentioned the shrine. His tone shifted immediately. He asked for my exact location, then told me to stay inside until morning. When the squad car arrived, 2 detectives stepped out instead of patrol officers. They introduced themselves with badges but no names. The taller one carried a thick folder marked with a case number I couldn't make out. They asked me to walk them through the woods. I led them to where I remembered the clearing, but we found nothing, just trees and undergrowth. The ground showed no sign of disturbance, no circle of stones, no scattered belongings. The detectives exchanged glances that made my stomach drop. They asked to see the photograph. I handed it over, watching their faces carefully. The shorter detective held it up to the light, studying the background. "This clearing," he said quietly, "it matches descriptions from other reports." Other reports, the phrase echoed in my mind as we walked back to my house. The detectives asked if I'd noticed anyone following me recently. Strange calls, unusual mail. I shook my head, but something nagged at me. The mailbox had been left open twice this week. I'd assumed it was the wind. That evening I pulled out old photo albums, searching for the bracelet. I found it in a picture from a family gathering, wrapped around my wrist as I smiled beside relatives I barely remembered. The photo was dated 3 years ago. I'd been wearing the bracelet that day, definitely, but I couldn't remember taking it off or losing it. I started keeping a journal, documenting everything, every unusual sound, every shadow that seemed out of place. Every time I felt watched, the entries grew longer, more detailed. I wrote about the mailman who lingered too long, the neighbor who suddenly started walking his dog past my window, the grocery store clerk who knew my name without reading my card. The bracelet bothered me most. I called my sister, asking if she remembered it. She did. She'd given it to me for my birthday, she said, but here was the problem. She'd given it to me after the family gathering. The photo showing me wearing it had been taken before I'd even received it. I stared at the image until my eyes watered. Either my memory was failing or someone had altered the photograph. I returned to the woods during daylight, armed with a camera and measuring tape. I mapped every tree, every path, every possible location for the clearing. I took hundreds of photos, documenting angles and landmarks. When I developed them, I found something I'd missed while shooting, a figure in the background of several shots, always at the edge of the frame, always partially obscured by branches. The figure appeared in photos taken from different locations, sometimes facing toward me, sometimes away. The clothing was consistent, dark jacket, light pants. In one image, the person seemed to be holding something small and rectangular, a camera maybe, or a phone. I began studying the other objects I'd seen in the shrine. The wallet stuck in my memory, leather mostly worn. One had been blue with a distinctive scratch across the front. I'd seen that wallet before, but couldn't place where. The feeling gnawed at me during sleepless nights. The breakthrough came when I visited the local library, researching missing person cases. I scrolled through archived newspaper articles looking for patterns, missing hikers, unexplained disappearances, people who'd vanished while walking familiar routes. The cases stretched back years, scattered across different jurisdictions. Most had been closed unsolved. One article included a photo of personal effects found near a trail. Among them, a blue wallet with a distinctive scratch. The missing person had been described as an experienced hiker who knew the area well. The wallet had been discovered exactly where I'd taken my shortcut. The article was dated 6 months ago. I printed the article and compared it to my journal entries. The dates aligned with when I'd started feeling watched. The missing person's routine had included morning walks through the same woods. The investigation had been closed after no body was found. The detective quoted in the article had a familiar name, the same one printed on the business card left on my kitchen counter. I didn't remember anyone leaving a business card. I lived alone. My door stayed locked. But there it was, placed neatly beside my coffee maker like an invitation. The detective's name was printed in bold letters above a phone number I recognized. I'd called it the day I found the shrine. The pieces were connecting, but the pattern made no sense. I'd reported finding evidence of someone else's case. The detective had responded immediately, as if he'd been expecting my call. The shrine had vanished before we could document it. The photograph in my pocket had appeared without explanation. My bracelet had somehow existed in a photo taken before I'd received it. I called the number on the card. A recording answered. The number you have dialed is no longer in service. I checked the case number from the newspaper article. It had been assigned to a different detective entirely. Someone who'd transferred to another department shortly after closing the case. The photograph of me still sat on my kitchen table. I studied it again, noticing details I'd missed before. The lighting was wrong for the day I'd found the shrine. The shadows fell at angles that didn't match the sun's position. My clothes in the photo were ones I'd worn weeks earlier, not that day. Someone had been documenting me long before I discovered the clearing. I started checking my belongings obsessively. Items were missing: a pen, a coffee mug, a book I'd been reading, small things, personal things, things that could easily be overlooked. Each disappearance was subtle enough to dismiss as misplacement, but the pattern was clear once I started looking. The trail the photograph had mentioned, the one supposedly appearing closer to my door, began manifesting in ways I couldn't explain. Leaves scattered across my porch in perfect lines, broken twigs arranged in geometric patterns, footprints in the mud that led from the woods to my mailbox, then simply stopped. I installed security cameras, but they malfunctioned consistently. The footage showed static during crucial hours. Motion sensors triggered without apparent cause. The equipment worked perfectly when technicians tested it, but failed whenever I needed it most. The mailbox incidents escalated. Letters arrived addressed to names I didn't recognize, describing events I'd never witnessed. Police reports detailing crimes I'd supposedly reported. Medical records for appointments I'd never scheduled. Each document contained accurate personal details, my address, my phone number, my social security number. But the narrative they painted was of someone else's life. I confronted my neighbors, asking if they'd noticed anything unusual. Their responses were polite but evasive. They'd seen me walking through the woods regularly, they said. They'd watched me photographing the tree line. They'd observed me talking to myself during late-night porch visits I didn't remember making. Their descriptions of my behavior didn't match my memory. According to them, I'd been asking questions about missing persons for months. I'd been carrying surveying equipment. I'd been leaving small objects in specific locations, then returning to collect them. They'd assumed I was conducting some kind of research project. The research project, the phrase triggered something. I searched my house frantically, looking for evidence I might have forgotten. In the basement, I found boxes of materials I didn't remember gathering, files on missing persons, maps of the woods with locations marked in my handwriting, photographs of the shrine from angles I'd never seen. The handwriting was definitely mine. The photographs showed the clearing from multiple perspectives, documenting its contents in systematic detail. Someone had been conducting a thorough investigation. Someone who had access to my house, my materials, my handwriting. Someone who knew exactly what I'd find when I took that shortcut. I realized I'd been asking the wrong questions. The shrine wasn't something I'd discovered. It was something I'd been led to discover. The photograph wasn't evidence of surveillance. It was proof of participation. The bracelet wasn't lost. It was placed. The pattern finally made sense. Every missing person case I'd researched had one thing in common. The victims had all reported finding strange objects in the woods shortly before they disappeared. Objects that belonged to them. Objects they didn't remember losing. I looked at the photograph one final time. My expression of terror wasn't from discovering the shrine. It was from recognizing what I'd done, what I'd been doing, what I couldn't stop myself from doing. The trail isn't appearing closer to my door. I'm the one making it. I'm the one who's been watching. I'm the one who's been collecting. And I still don't know why. Crime 8, I found the phone on a bench, buzzing. No name, just unknown caller. I answered, static, then a voice, my voice, saying things I never said but remembering things I did, described crimes in detail, events I witnessed but never told anyone about. The voice laughed, then it said one last thing, we're not done yet. The line went dead. I checked the photos on the phone. Every single one was a picture of me, in places I'd never been, wearing clothes I didn't own. I left the phone there, walked away, but my phone's been ringing since. Same caller, same silence, same voice. The calls started coming every few hours. I'd stare at the screen, watching my own number flash across the display. When I finally answered, there was only breathing. Deep, measured breaths that matched my own rhythm perfectly. The silence stretched between us like a taut wire ready to snap. I tried to convince myself it was some elaborate prank. Technology had advanced enough that voice cloning wasn't impossible. But the details that voice had mentioned, those were things no one else could know. The woman in the red coat who disappeared from the parking structure. The way her keys had fallen, jangling against the concrete. the sound of her heels echoing in the empty space before they suddenly stopped. I had been there that night, working late, taking the stairs instead of the elevator. I heard the commotion, the muffled conversation, the car door slamming, but I never looked, never helped, never reported what I heard. I told myself it was probably nothing. People argue in parking garages all the time. The phone I'd found was cheap, disposable. No distinguishing features except for those photographs, hundreds of them. Me walking into my apartment building, me at the coffee shop where I grabbed breakfast, me sitting in my car, hands gripping the steering wheel, staring straight ahead with an expression I didn't recognize. The timestamps showed dates and times when I knew I'd been somewhere else entirely. I started keeping a journal documenting every moment of my day, where I went, what I wore, who I spoke to. The handwriting looked right, felt familiar under my fingers, but when I compared it to older notes, there were subtle differences. The way I crossed my T's, the slant of my letters, small changes that made my stomach twist. The detective assigned to the missing woman's case called me in for questioning. Standard procedure, he said. They were talking to everyone who worked in the building. I sat in that sterile room, fluorescent lights humming overhead, and answered his questions with perfect honesty. I told him about the sounds I'd heard, the timing, the layout of the garage. He nodded, took notes, thanked me for my cooperation. What I didn't tell him was that I'd started remembering things differently. In my dreams, I wasn't just hearing the argument, I was part of it. I could feel the weight of her purse strap in my hands, smell the faint trace of her perfume mixed with gasoline and fear. I woke up with dirt under my fingernails, though I couldn't remember where I'd been. The calls continued. Sometimes my own voice would whisper addresses, describing houses I'd never visited but somehow knew intimately. The layout of rooms, the color of curtains, the way light fell through specific windows. I started driving to these places, parking across the street, watching. They were all connected to missing persons cases, all women, all unsolved. I found myself at the police station, sitting across from the same detective. This time I wasn't there as a witness. The questions came faster, sharper. They'd found evidence linking me to 3 different disappearances. Security footage placing me near the scenes. Credit card transactions I didn't remember making. A witness who swore they'd seen me talking to one of the victims just hours before she vanished. The detective slid a photograph across the table. It showed me in profile, taken from a distance. I was standing next to a woman with long dark hair, my hand on her shoulder. She was looking up at me with an expression of trust, maybe even relief. I studied the image, searching for any recognition, any memory of that moment. There was nothing. My lawyer advised me to plead temporary insanity. The evidence was circumstantial but overwhelming. Phone records, financial transactions, witness testimony. A pattern of behavior that painted me as a methodical predator. The prosecutor called me a master manipulator, someone who had carefully constructed an elaborate psychological defense. But I knew the truth was more complicated than that. The phone calls had stopped the day I was arrested. No more mysterious photographs, no more impossible memories. The voice that had tormented me for weeks had gone silent, leaving only questions and a growing certainty that I was missing something crucial. During the trial, I watched the families of the missing women. Their pain was real, their need for answers desperate. They looked at me with a mixture of hatred and hope, as if I held the key to their suffering. I wanted to help them, to explain what I'd experienced, but my own memories had become unreliable. The journal I'd kept was entered as evidence, my handwriting analyzed by experts who found inconsistencies they couldn't explain. The jury deliberated for 3 days. When they returned, the verdict was guilty on 2 counts, insufficient evidence on the 3rd. I was sentenced to life without parole, condemned by evidence I couldn't dispute and memories I couldn't trust. I've been in this cell for months now, and the calls have started again. Not on a phone this time, but in the walls, in the ventilation system, in the spaces between sleeping and waking. My own voice whispering details about crimes I know I didn't commit, but can't prove I didn't commit. The other inmates avoid me. They've heard the stories, read the news coverage. They think I'm playing games, pretending to be innocent. But sometimes, in the reflection of my cell window, I see someone else looking back. Someone who knows exactly what happened to those women. Someone who's been wearing my face, living my life, making my choices. The worst part isn't the confinement or the isolation. It's the growing certainty that whoever answered that phone on the bench wasn't really me. And whoever I am now, sitting in this cell, writing these words, might not be me either. The real me might still be out there, looking for answers to questions I can't remember asking. The phone keeps ringing. Even without a phone, I can hear it. And someday I'm going to answer it again. Crime 9, it came in a plain envelope, no stamp, no return address, just my name handwritten in shaky letters. Inside was a single sentence: "We saw what you buried." I froze because I had buried something no one should have known about. I burned the letter. The next day another arrived. Fire won't help. Then a photo, grainy, taken at night, of me digging. I haven't told anyone. I keep getting letters, each one closer to the truth, each one more personal. Whoever they are, they know everything. And now they're waiting for me to confess or repeat the past. The paper felt different under my fingers, cheaper than what I usually handled at work. The ink had that particular smell of ballpoint pens pressed too hard against rough paper. I knew that smell. It reminded me of the documents I'd been sorting through for months, the ones that had led me to that backyard in the first place. I work in insurance claims. Dead people's paperwork becomes my problem. When someone dies unexpectedly, I'm the one who goes through their belongings, their files, their secrets. Most of the time it's routine. Bank statements, medical bills, old photographs that mean nothing to anyone anymore. But sometimes you find something that changes everything. The envelope had been slipped under my door while I was sleeping. No footsteps in the hallway, no car doors slamming outside, just silence, and then this thing waiting for me when I stumbled to the kitchen for coffee. The handwriting was familiar, but I couldn't place it. Shaky, like someone trying to disguise their natural script, or maybe someone whose hands weren't steady anymore. I'd been careful that night. I'd checked the street, the neighboring houses, the windows. The backyard was hidden behind a tall fence, overgrown with weeds that nobody had bothered to trim in years. The property had been abandoned for months, another insurance case that would drag on until someone decided what to do with it. I knew because I'd processed the claim myself. The shovel I'd used was still in my garage. I'd cleaned it thoroughly, but sometimes I caught myself staring at it, wondering if I'd missed something. A speck of dirt, a fiber, some microscopic evidence that would connect me to what I'd done. But the photo changed everything. It was taken from across the street, through the gap in the fence. The angle was wrong for someone just walking by. Whoever took it had been waiting, watching, planning. I started paying attention to details I'd ignored before. The mailman's route, the way my neighbors moved through their daily routines, the cars that parked on my street. There was a sedan that appeared every few days, always in a different spot, but always with a view of my house. The license plate was local, but I couldn't make out the numbers from my window. The third letter arrived on a Tuesday. This one had more than just words. It had an address, not the one where I'd been digging, but close. Close enough to know that whoever was writing these letters understood the geography of my secret. I drove past the address after work. It was a small house with peeling paint and newspapers piled up on the front porch. The mailbox was broken, hanging at an angle that suggested it had been that way for a while. But the windows were clean and there was a car in the driveway. Someone was living there, or at least spending time there. I parked across the street and waited. The sun was setting and the street was quiet except for the occasional dog barking in the distance. I was about to leave when I saw movement in the front window. A shadow passed by the curtains, too quick to make out any details, but definitely human. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. Stop watching, start remembering. I drove home with my hands shaking on the steering wheel. The insurance file was still in my briefcase, the one that had started all of this. I'd been carrying it around for weeks, not sure what to do with it. The claim had been straightforward enough. Elderly woman, died in her sleep, no next of kin. Standard procedure was to catalog her belongings and prepare them for donation or disposal. But she'd kept journals, dozens of them going back decades. Most were filled with the mundane details of daily life, but scattered throughout were entries that didn't make sense. References to people I couldn't identify, places that didn't exist on any map I could find, events that seemed to blur the line between memory and imagination. One entry, dated just weeks before her death, mentioned watching someone from her bedroom window. Someone who came to the abandoned house at night carrying something heavy. Someone who dug in the backyard while she watched from across the street. I dismissed it as the rambling of a lonely old woman, but now, holding these letters, I wondered if she'd been more observant than I'd given her credit for. If she'd seen what I'd done and written about it in her careful, shaky handwriting. The fourth letter contained a key, small, brass, the kind that might fit a desk drawer or a jewelry box. There was no explanation, just the key taped to a piece of paper with another address. This one I recognized immediately. It was the old woman's house. I knew I shouldn't go. I knew I was being manipulated, led towards something I might not want to discover. But the alternative was worse. The alternative was waiting for the next letter, the next photo, the next piece of evidence that someone had been watching me long before I'd realized I was being watched. The house was exactly as I'd left it after processing the claim. Dusty, silent, filled with the accumulated belongings of a life that had ended without anyone to mourn it. I used the key on the desk in her bedroom, the one that faced the window with a perfect view of the abandoned house across the street. The drawer was full of photographs, not the kind you'd expect from an elderly woman. These were surveillance photos taken with a telephoto lens over a period of months. Pictures of me arriving at the abandoned house, pictures of me carrying the shovel, pictures of me digging in the backyard. The final photo showed me covering the hole, smoothing the dirt, trying to make it look like nothing had happened. But there was something else in the drawer, a letter addressed to me in the same shaky handwriting I'd been receiving. It was dated the day before she died. "I know what you found," it said. "I know what you buried. I know why you had to do it. But I also know that secrets don't stay buried forever. Someone will always be watching. Someone will always remember. When you read this, I'll be gone, but the truth will remain. The question is, are you ready to face it?" I sat in her bedroom as darkness fell around me, staring at the photographs, trying to understand what I'd walked into. The insurance claim had been legitimate. The woman was dead, but somehow the letters kept coming. Someone else had access to her photographs, her observations, her secrets. Someone who knew that what I'd buried in that backyard wasn't just dirt and debris. Someone who understood why I'd had to dig it up in the first place, why I'd had to move it, why I'd had to keep digging until I found something that should have stayed lost forever. The house was quiet except for the sound of my own breathing, but as I prepared to leave, I heard something else. footsteps on the front porch, the slow, deliberate sound of someone who knew exactly where they were going. I turned off the lights and moved to the window. The same sedan from my street was parked across the road. The driver's door was open, but I couldn't see who had gotten out. The footsteps stopped at the front door. A key turned in the lock. Someone else had access to this house. Someone who had been waiting for me to find the photographs, to read the letter, to understand that I was part of something larger than I'd realized. The front door opened and I heard footsteps in the hallway below. Slow, careful, like someone who was trying not to make noise but couldn't quite manage it. I recognized the sound, the same unsteady gait that had produced the shaky handwriting in the letters. I was not alone in this house. I had never been alone in this investigation. And whatever I had buried, whatever I had been trying to hide, was about to be unearthed by someone who had been watching me dig. Story 10. The old wooden plank shifted beneath her weight, drawing her attention to its hidden secret. Curious, she knelt down and traced the edges of the loose board, sensing the mystery lurking beneath the surface. The floor whispered of concealed whispers, hinting at a tale untold. With gentle hands, she lifted the boards, revealing a shadowy, confined space beneath her home. Dust danced in the dim light, cobwebs clinging to forgotten corners. But there, amidst the darkness, lay a mattress, a chair, and a worn notebook filled with pages upon pages of a single name, her name etched repeatedly as if a haunting mantra. Detective Morgan Reed stood silently behind Sarah Coleman, observing the tremor in her gaze as she peered into the abyss beneath her newfound sanctuary. It wasn't just a hidden room Sarah had stumbled upon. It was a violation of her security, an intrusion of malevolence into what should have been a fresh beginning. Do not disturb anything further, Detective Reed's voice cut through the silence, a calm authority in the midst of the unknown. With a click, her flashlight pierced the shadows, revealing a chilling tableau of surveillance. The walls were plastered with photographed snapshots of Sarah's everyday life, captured without her knowledge, a shrine of obsession hidden beneath her very feet. Sarah had purchased the quaint cottage from the estate of Walter Green, an elderly recluse with no known kin. The property had stood vacant for months, its secrets dormant until Sarah's arrival. The real estate listing had painted a picture of charm and potential, omitting the haunting truth lurking beneath the floorboards. I never met him, the previous owner. Sarah's voice was a whisper, a shard of disbelief in her words. The neighbors spoke of his reclusiveness. I was told the basement was sealed off long ago. The inspection report said as much. Crime scene investigators filed in, their equipment clattering against the wooden floors, documenting the eerie chamber hidden from sight. They meticulously gathered evidence, unearthing the mattress, the chair, and the notebook from their clandestine confines. Forensic analysis later revealed a tapestry of fingerprints, all belonging to Walter Green, scattered throughout the hidden lair. What unsettled the investigators most was the timeline they uncovered. Walter had been watching Sarah for years, blending seamlessly into her world, a shadow among the familiar faces. He had orbited her life, unseen, unnoticed, a phantom of obsession. This fixation, it escalates, the department psychologist mused during a debriefing. From fantasy to reality, from admiration to possession. The hidden room was a stage for something far more sinister. Detective Reed's inquiry took a twist when she interviewed Walter's former colleague from the local shopping center maintenance crew. The man fidgeted, his eyes avoiding hers as he confessed. Walter spoke of her often, said she reminded him of someone he once knew. I thought it harmless, the ramblings of an old man. His words hung heavy in the air, pregnant with unspoken truths. Did he ever speak of plans involving her? Reed prodded further. Not plans exactly. But he had this phrase he'd repeat. She belongs with me, he'd say. I brushed it off as harmless talk. Armed with a warrant, Reed delved into Walter's past, uncovering a key in his workplace locker that unlocked a storage unit registered under his name. The metallic door groaned open, unveiling a replica of Sarah's former life, her furniture, her belongings, meticulously duplicated within the sterile confines of the unit. Mannequin, adorned with a wig mirroring Sarah's own tresses, sat frozen in a mimicry of her daily routine. The calendar marked a date ominously looming just a week after Walter's sudden demise, a date circled in crimson, bearing a single word: together. The investigation unveiled Walter's troubled history, his past marred by institutionalization for an obsession that transcended reason. His fixation with Sarah was but a resurgence of a dormant affliction, a delusion of love unrequited. At the precinct, Reed laid out the evidence before her team, a mosaic of madness and misplaced devotion. In his mind, they shared a bond, a connection ordained by fate, she recounted, her voice heavy with the weight of tragedy. Had she crossed paths with him unwittingly, sparking this obsession? A fellow detective pondered. Reed shook her head, a gesture laden with resignation. Sometimes these fixations need no catalyst, a glance, a passing moment enough to ignite the flames of obsession. Sarah made the decision to part ways with the house, its shadows too deep, its memories too haunting to bear. During the final walkthrough with her realtor, she stood in the vacant rooms, a shiver coursing through her frame. "I cannot shake the thought of what might have been," she murmured softly. "Had I not unearthed that hidden chamber, how long would I have dwelt there, oblivious to the eyes that watched me in the dark?" With Walter's passing, the case was closed, labeled as stalking with intent, a grim testament to the dangers lurking in the shadows. Sarah relocated, a ghost in a new landscape, haunted by the specter of what could have transpired. Detective Reed kept a watchful eye from afar, a silent guardian against the tides of obsession. The cottage found new owners, oblivious to its sordid past. The hidden room was sealed, its secrets buried beneath fresh floorboards. Life ebbed onward, a river flowing despite the boulders in its path. But for those privy to the truth, the tale of the room beneath the floor whispered warnings of unseen perils, of monsters who fade into the night, and of survivors who skirted the precipice of their own demise. Story 11. In the realm of the old apartment, peculiarities abounded, a symphony of groaning pipes and creaking floorboards that whispered secrets of times past. Yet the new tenant, a soul attuned to the unseen, felt a disquieting presence in the air. The footsteps she heard above were not mere echoes of the building's settling bones. No, these steps possessed a rhythm too deliberate, too purposeful. And yet she dwelled on the highest floor, the solitary inhabitant of her own secluded domain. One fateful night, a surge of courage propelled her to tap the ceiling with a broomstick, a brave act to challenge the unknown. The sound halted abruptly, swallowed by the hungry jaws of silence. Then, in the pregnant hush, a single knock reverberated, a knock from within the very confines of the ceiling. Sarah Coleman, keeper of this unnerving secret, chose to bury the truth deep within her heart, attributing the mystifying echoes to the whims of the ancient edifice, or perhaps a wayward creature seeking refuge in the attic's dark embrace. Night after night, the footsteps persisted, a haunting cadence that danced across her ceiling, a spectral waltz in the shroud of darkness. Detective Morris, a seeker of hidden truths, stumbled upon the apartment's enigma through a twist of fate. A diligent maintenance worker in the throes of routine repairs unwittingly unveiled a concealed passage. Behind a section of dislodged drywall outside Sarah's abode lay a clandestine realm, a sanctuary unbeknownst to the world above. The worker's trembling frame conveyed a tale of dread to Detective Morris and his partner, Detective Rivera. "Someone dwells within the walls," the worker uttered, a refrain laden with fear and disbelief. a narrow passage birthed from the shadows, revealing remnants of a life clandestine, a blanket soiled with time, a notebook filled with meticulous musings, a testimony to a veilleur unseen. The notebook chronicled Sarah Coleman's every move with meticulous precision. Her routines, her habits, her very essence laid bare on its weathered pages. The writing, once pristine, spiraled into chaos, cryptic symbols adorning its margins like whispers of a tormented mind. The subject resists my influence, the final entry lamented. She defies me, none defy me. Forensic sleuths delved into the hidden recesses, unearthing fingerprints estranged from the annals of identification. A labyrinth of passages, a tapestry woven through time, connected disparate realms within the building's walls, trails that led to viewing points, clandestine apertures trained solely upon Sarah Coleman's sanctuary. Residents, both present and past, wove a tapestry of eerie testimonies. Whispers of unseen gazes and phantom movements haunted the shadows of former inhabitants. Sarah's predecessors, 3 in number, spoke of a chilling sensation of being watched, of nocturnal specters that stalked unseen. One, driven by primal fear, abandoned the abode after a mere fortnight, a specter of dread trailing in their wake. The puzzle unraveled as forensics unearthed microscopic traces of blood within the hidden crevices, a breadcrumb leading to a ghost of the past. Martin Weaver, a specter lost to time, found his voice in the crimson echo, a testament to a life interrupted. His essence mingled with the shadows, his fate intertwined with Sarah's in a dance of fate. Edward, a phantom of the night, a ghostly figure shrouded in mystery, emerged as the architect of this macabre symphony. His nomadic existence, a tapestry of transient abodes and silent whispers, painted a portrait of a recluse consumed by a sinister purpose. Each dwelling, a stage for his silent opera, a canvas for his nefarious designs. A cabin nestled in the bosom of solitude bore witness to Edward's dark legacy, a shrine to the lost souls ensnared in his web. Photographs adorned the walls, a gallery of unwitting subjects caught in his gaze. Journals chronicled the descent into madness, the descent into obsession. The corkboard, a testament to his grim harvest, bore witness to lives extinguished in the name of his twisted desires. Amidst the echoes of the past, cadaver dogs led the way to a chilling revelation, a burial ground tainted by the specter of death, a chronicle of lives snuffed out in the darkness. The investigators, custodians of justice, faced a grim task of unmasking the phantom that prowled the shadows. As the tale unfolded, a whisper lingered in the halls of Sarah's sanctuary, a notebook, a harbinger of dread, hidden in the crevice where wall met ceiling. A message etched in ink, a prophecy of doom, foretold a night of reckoning. Yet Sarah, the unwitting muse of Edward's dark opera, had vanished into the ether, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. The manhunt for Edward, the architect of shadows, continues, a phantom lost to the winds of time, a specter that haunts the dreams of those who seek justice. His legacy, a tapestry of terror and despair, echoes through the corridors of forgotten souls. And in the stillness of the night, Detective Morris peers into the darkness above, a sentinel in the shadows, a guardian of the unseen. The footsteps that once haunted Sarah now echo in his soul, a reminder of the darkness that lurks within the walls of the forgotten. The hunt continues, the shadows deepen, and the whispers of the past beckon to those who dare to listen. Story 12. Renovations always reveal the unexpected old relics of the past, whispers of forgotten memories. Yet when Sarah and Michael uncovered a hidden letter beneath the floorboards of their new Victorian-era home, they were thrust into a mystery shrouded in darkness and intrigue. The weathered paper held a cryptic warning: "Don't trust the one who knocked." and as if on cue, 3 sharp raps pierced the silence of the empty house, sending shivers down their spines. Detective Alina Reed, with her partner by her side, delved into the enigma laid bare by the mysterious note. The history of the house, once owned by the reclusive Hargrove family, whispered of untold secrets and buried fears. As Reed carefully extracted the brittle letter, the couple's apprehension was palpable, their faces etched with genuine dread. The investigation led Reed down a path lined with shadows of the past. Franklin and Margaret Hargrove, a couple with a complex history, harbored secrets that had long been buried beneath the floorboards. Franklin's descent into paranoia, Margaret's whispered fears of a mysterious collector, each revelation added layers to the chilling tale that unfolded before Reed's eyes. Through painstaking forensic analysis and interviews with those who had known the Hargroves, Reed uncovered a tale of debts unpaid and a past rife with deceit. The skeletal remains of Victor Mercer, the elusive collector, unearthed from beneath the house, painted a grim picture of a long-buried crime of passion and desperation. Margaret's diaries, hidden away in the attic, served as a haunting testament to the horrors she had endured in silence. The incessant knocking that plagued her nights, the fear that gnawed at her soul, each entry a glimpse into a life overshadowed by dark secrets and unspoken truths. As the case neared its conclusion, justice, though delayed, was finally served. The echoes of the past lingered in the vacant house, now abandoned by Sarah and Michael, who could not bear to dwell in a place tainted by tragedy. Local whispers spoke of phantom knocks in the dead of night, a spectral reminder of the darkness that once dwelled within those walls. The letter, with its ominous warning, remained a chilling relic of the past, a silent testament to the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the surface. And as Detective Reed closed the case, she knew that some secrets are destined to remain veiled in shadow, their truths lost to the whispers of time. Story 13, the apartment lay dormant for months before the new tenants arrived, unaware of the secrets it held within its walls. Anticipating only layers of dust and perhaps remnants of the past, they encountered a peculiar mystery, a stubbornly locked closet, concealing its contents from prying eyes. The landlord, with a sense of unease, finally coerced the door ajar, revealing not just forgotten belongings, but something far more unsettling. Inside, the walls bore witness to a haunting tale etched in deep, erratic scratches, a silent plea for freedom trapped in the confines of the wood. In the corner, a relic of the past lay dormant, a dated flip phone, its screen illuminated by a lone, unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the art of unraveling enigmas, felt a shiver crawl down her spine at the sight before her. It wasn't the gore or violence that unnerved her, but the silent narrative written in those desperate marks, a story of captivity and struggle. Forensics now, she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured the chilling scene through his lens, and fetch me the records of the previous tenants. The message on the forgotten phone whispered cryptically, "I know what you did." The landlord, a figure of nervous disposition, spoke of the former tenant, a reticent young woman who departed abruptly, leaving behind unresolved debts. Quiet, kept to herself, left about 6 months back, he mumbled, eyes skirting the closet as if avoiding an unseen specter. Forensic analysis unearthed a chilling revelation within the scratches, traces of blood, primarily from a single source matching the missing woman, Emma Caldwell. However, 2 other DNA profiles emerged, one unidentifiable, the other belonging to a man declared deceased 2 years prior. Detective Shaw furrowed her brow in disbelief as she grappled with the enigma presented before her. Emma's dwelling painted a portrait of interrupted existence, letters neglected, a coffee mug standing unwashed, a bed meticulously made. Her phone records whispered of a sudden cessation in communication with her sister and a flurry of calls from an unknown number preceding her disappearance. Officer Reed shared a fragment of insight. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, described as intense and private. Surveillance footage captured a shadowy figure trailing Emma into her residence, a man obscured by a cap, concealing his features from prying lenses. A breakthrough emerged as fingerprints belonging to the supposedly deceased Derek Mercer surfaced on the closet's inner doorknob. He faked his death, Shaw concluded, her mind racing to connect the intricate web of deceit surrounding Emma's vanishing. The unclaimed DNA sample led to another missing person, Lynette Porter, vanished without a trace 3 years earlier. A thread emerged connecting the two women, tethered by the shadow of Derek Mercer's malevolent presence. Journeying down a path of shadows and deceit, the investigation unveiled a macabre truth. Mercer's dark obsession with dominance and control stood at the core of his sinister machinations, leaving a trail of suffering in his wake. The pursuit of Mercer spanned across jurisdictions, a relentless hunt for a man whose thirst for anguish transcended mere mortality. As the noose tightened around him, the depths of his depravity unfurled in stark clarity. In the hushed confines of an interrogation room, Mercer's calm demeanor belied the darkness that lurked within. She sought her fate, his words trailed off, a chilling echo of a mind consumed by malevolence. The trial exposed a tapestry of deceit woven meticulously by Mercer, a master manipulator of fate. Behind bars, he bore a smile that hinted at a perverse satisfaction, a twisted understanding of his own malevolent design. Lynette Porter, survivor of Mercer's cruel games, stood tall in the courtroom, a beacon of resilience against the shadows that once ensnared her. While he rots in darkness, I shall bask in the light, her voice resonated, a testament to the strength that emerged from the crucible of despair. The legacy of Emma and Lynette's ordeal echoed through the corridors of justice, reshaping the protocols of missing persons investigations. Detective Shaw, keeper of their harrowing tale, preserved the closet door, a silent sentinel bearing witness to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unspeakable darkness. Story 14, The Hidden Observer. The listing by the realtor made no mention of a basement. The blueprints offered no clue of its existence. Yet as the family peeled back the worn carpet, they stumbled upon a concealed door. A door adorned with a weathered, rusted handle. Together they strained to pry it open. A gust of stale air enveloped them, heavy with the aroma of damp earth. The staircase descended into darkness, beckoning them onward. Anticipating storage space, they were instead greeted by a solitary chair beneath a swaying light bulb, and on the wall behind it, a chilling row of photographs depicting them. Images captured from within the confines of their very own home. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban residence amidst the winter's early darkness, the skeletal trees looming stark against the frigid sky. Brimming with character and history, they had envisioned the two-story abode with its time-worn siding and creaking floors as their haven. Little did they fathom the depths of history entrenched within the house, nor the harrowing collision it would have with their present. Detective Sarah Connors, accompanied by her partner, arrived at the scene. The crime unit had cordoned off the area with fluttering yellow tape, responding to Mrs. Mercer's trembling call recounting the unearthed secret beneath their living space. "We must document every detail before anyone else ventures down there," Connors directed, donning latex gloves with practiced ease. Camera flashes punctuated the stairwell as the forensic team meticulously captured the eerie scene. The wooden steps groaned underfoot as they descended into the compact basement, resembling a standard bedroom with its gray-painted concrete walls. A lone chair anchored in the center, bathed in the harsh glow of the bare bulb above, casting eerie shadows that danced with an unseen breath. Yet it was the sequence of photographs that seized their attention, 37 snapshots meticulously arranged in chronological order. "These date back nearly 4 weeks," remarked Connor's partner, scrutinizing the timestamps inscribed on the back of the prints. "Observe this one, Mrs. Mercer asleep on the couch, Mr. Mercer at the kitchen table, the children in their chambers." The absence of forced entry, broken windows, or tampered locks puzzled the investigators. The security system had remained inert. Nothing tangible had been pilfered, only their sanctity invaded, shattering the illusion of security. Forensic analysis unveiled numerous fingerprints, predominantly belonging to former occupants of the house. A perplexing revelation emerged over the past decade. The property had changed hands 6 times, each family vacating within a year, selling at plummeting prices. None had divulged the basement's existence. "We must interview every previous owner," Connors ordered, flipping through her notepad. Unraveling the property's history unveiled a disturbing pattern. Discrepancies mar the record's altered blueprints, withdrawn permits, redacted inspection reports. A breakthrough surfaced during the interrogation of the contractor who had refurbished the house 7 years prior. His complexion blanched upon glimpsing the basement photos. "That chamber is non-existent," he vehemently asserted, his hands trembling. "I gutted the place to its core. There was no basement, no door, nothing beneath the living area except soil and concrete." Extracted from a concealed compartment within the light fixture, the memory card divulged a trove of additional images. The evidence boards burgeoned with snapshots not solely of the Mercers, but of prior families. Children slumbering, parents embroiled in disputes, intimate moments frozen in time. A clandestine observer had surreptitiously captured their lives. The revelation deepened with the recovery of audio files from a buried weatherproof box in the basement, a chronicle of conversations held in the master bedroom, kitchen, and living room. Though no hidden microphones were unearthed during the initial sweep, the audio's clarity hinted at sophisticated surveillance. "We must dismantle every wall," Connors urged, her tone laced with urgency. "Probe the air ducts, light fixtures, electrical outlets. The perpetrator has been scrutinizing these families for years." Concealed behind the photograph wall, investigators unveiled a narrow passageway leading to a surveillance hub complete with a desk, a chair, a laptop linked to wireless cameras, and a journal brimming with meticulous observations on each household that had resided in the property. Their routines, quarrels, vulnerabilities meticulously documented. The script mirrored samples from the property's original architect, Edward Kelvin, a man who had perished during the house's construction under dubious circumstances. No public record of his demise existed, no ceremony to mark his passing. The journal's concluding entries descended into a maelstrom of delusion. Phrases such as "they never looked beneath" and "they never perceived my presence" recurred incessantly. The ultimate page bore a chilling proclamation: "The subsequent family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprint verification corroborated the detective's growing suspicion Edward Kelvin had never vacated the house he had erected. Concealed within its recesses, he had fashioned a labyrinth of vantage points to observe the transient families who believed themselves solitary inhabitants. Pursuit spanned 3 days before they unearthed him ensconced within a crawlspace amidst the second-floor chambers. Gaunt and agile, he navigated the narrow passages he had meticulously constructed within the walls. Squinting against the glare of the flashlights, Kelvin regarded the investigators with a detached gaze. During interrogation, he narrated his observations of the families akin to actors in his private theater. He professed to a guardian role, safeguarding the house rather than intruding upon it. His affliction, diagnosed as severe delusion, painted the families as mere sojourners in what he deemed his eternal abode. The Mercers elected never to return, relinquishing their possessions and departing with scant belongings. The house stood desolate as the judicial proceedings unfurled. The trial unveiled the expanse of Kelvin's surveillance network, an intricate web of hidden chambers, covert observation points ingrained within the architecture. The abode had been contrived as a panopticon, with the residents unwitting participants in Kelvin's voyeuristic escapade. Stoic at the jury's pronouncement, Kelvin retreated within the labyrinth of his psyche, traversing the phantom halls of the house that lingered solely in memory. Ultimately razed, the property's ground was purged and filled. Yet for the erstwhile inhabitants, the violation endured. They remained haunted not by what had been purloined, but by the clandestine gaze that had shadowed their every move, concealed within the very walls they had trusted to shield them. In quiet reveries, they cast furtive glances at air ducts, light fixtures, the junctures where walls met ceilings, contemplating if they had ever been truly alone, if the unseen observer had ever truly departed. Story 15. The worn envelope held a secret, its aged edges whispering of past journeys, yet the stamp gleamed with newness, a recent voyage through the mail. Gently the detective unfolded its contents, revealing a single sheet of paper bearing a message typed in haste, the letters uneven and rushed. "I am sorry for what I did," the words declared. As the detective touched the paper, a faint dampness clung to their fingers, carrying with it a hint of iron, a metallic echo of something unseen. A reddish smear along the bottom edge caught their attention, a silent witness to a hidden truth. It was not mere ink staining the paper. With practiced precision, Detective Sarah Morgan placed the letter into an evidence bag, her gloved hands treating it delicately. The forensics team had confirmed her suspicions. The reddish mark was human blood, a chilling echo of an unsolved homicide that had haunted the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, her life extinguished by multiple stab wounds. Her laptop was missing, her notes scattered, hinting at a connection between her work and her tragic fate. Despite tireless efforts, the case had remained cold, a puzzle with missing pieces. Now a mysterious letter had surfaced, addressed simply to the Homicide Division. The sender's identity hidden behind gloves, leaving only faint smudges as clues. But the postmark offered a glimmer of hope, a thread to follow in the darkness. As Detective Morgan gathered her team in the dimly lit briefing room, the weight of the unsolved case hung heavy in the air. Crime scene photos adorned the walls, each image a frozen moment in time, a snapshot of tragedy. With a sense of determination, Morgan pinned the letter at the heart of the board, a focal point for their collective efforts. "This changes everything," she declared softly, her voice carrying a note of quiet intensity. "Our killer shows remorse." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner in this pursuit of justice, studied the letter thoughtfully. Or perhaps it's a ploy, he mused, a deceptive act to mislead us. The typewriter used to craft the message bore unique markings, a relic from a bygone era, rare but not beyond reach. The team set out to trace its origins, reaching out to collectors and antique enthusiasts in search of a lead. As the investigation unfurled like a winding path through the night, they delved into Rebecca's life, her passion for uncovering truth and exposing corruption. Her latest assignment had delved into the murky waters of a wealthy family entangled in local politics, a web of deceit and betrayal. Interviews with those closest to Rebecca unveiled unsettling truths. Her boyfriend, Michael Barnes, once a pillar of strength, now seemed to falter under the weight of hidden secrets. Rebecca spoke of being followed, he confessed, his eyes clouded with regret. I should have listened, should have protected her. As the tangled web of intrigue tightened, a second letter arrived, bearing the same cryptic message, the same haunting presence of blood. This time the words spoke of knowledge too dangerous, of truths that led to darkness. The trail led to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, a place of shadows and whispered secrets. The eldest son, Richard, stood at the center of the storm, his demeanor polished, his words practiced. But beneath the veneer of composure lay a web of deception. The discovery of microscopic fibers on the envelopes pointed towards a surprising suspect, Eleanor, the youngest daughter, with her exclusive stationery and hidden motives. A search of Richard's domain unearthed a chamber of shadows, a hidden sanctuary of obsession. Newspaper clippings, surveillance photos, and the vintage typewriter, all pieces of a twisted puzzle. The blood spoke its silent accusation, linking back to Rebecca, a spectral presence in the room. The final revelation came with the unraveling of financial transactions, a dark pact between Richard and Michael, bound by greed and fear. I never meant for it to end this way. Michael's voice trembled with remorse as he confessed to his unwitting role in the tragedy. Eleanor's recording, a shard of truth in a sea of lies, captured the damning conversation that sealed Richard's fate. As the trial unfolded, the weight of evidence bore down on the accused, their defenses crumbling like sandcastles before the tide. In the hush of the courtroom, justice found its mark. Richard's conviction echoed through the halls, a testament to the tireless pursuit of truth. Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's grieving parents, offering a silent solace in the wake of loss. The blood-stained letters, now relics of a dark chapter, spoke of a truth deeper than words, a reminder that even the most carefully woven lies can unravel in the face of justice. The case of Rebecca Warren stood as a beacon, a lesson in the silent echoes of guilt and the inexorable pull of truth in the dead of night. Story 16, The Unseen Observer. She never fancied ascending to the attic, but circumstances left her no choice. When the storm breached the roof, a leak demanded her attention. The attic greeted her with a collection of forsaken items, shrouded in dust and cobwebs. Amidst the forgotten relics in the shadowy corner stood an ancient dollhouse. Its intricate details whispered of eerie craftsmanship, with miniature furniture arranged meticulously. Yet upon closer inspection, a shiver ran down her spine. The figures inside were not dolls, but intricately carved replicas of her family. Each tiny figure mirrored a member, positioned precisely as they sat downstairs. Except for one unsettling detail, her own figure, meant to be seated, now stood by the attic door. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the dollhouse roof, feeling the indentation where the wooden figure stood. A chill crept through her, unrelated to the draft weaving through the rafters. The dollhouse's presence puzzled her. This wasn't her childhood dwelling, but a rented abode her family had recently occupied. The narrative commenced with Rebecca's urgent plea to law enforcement. Officers descended upon the suburban abode to find a family gripped by distress, huddled in the living room, reluctant to venture upstairs. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially dismissed their fears as a possible prank or a consequence of adjusting to a new environment. Later, during interviews, Detective Harmon reflected on the disquieting precision of the miniature figurines. Each captured a distinctive trait of a family member: the father's receding hairline, the son's favored hoodie, even the mother's tiny birthmark. The inquiry took a grim turn when forensic teams uncovered unfamiliar fingerprints on the dollhouse. More disconcerting were microscopic cameras embedded in each figure's eyes, all linked to a hidden recording system beneath the dollhouse. Surveillance of the Morgan family's activities unveiled a disturbing revelation. The miniature figures' positions didn't merely mirror their current stance, but replicated exact postures from various days, implying a prolonged period of observation. We realized this wasn't mere stalking, Detective Harmon elucidated. The culprit displayed an eerie level of obsession seldom seen in criminal psychology. Further exploration revealed a concealed entrance to the basement, camouflaged behind a pantry's false wall. Inside, investigators stumbled upon a makeshift living quarters, indicating someone had dwelled beneath the family for weeks. Oddly, there were no signs of forced entry. Records disclosed that the house had remained vacant for nearly a year before the Morgans' arrival. The elderly previous owners had both passed away, leaving their son to manage the property. Neighborhood interviews yielded scant insight. Most residents hadn't observed anything amiss, except for an elderly lady who sporadically spotted lights in the vacant house. She presumed it was the real estate agents conducting showings. Breakthrough arrived through digital forensics. Analysis of the surveillance system traced transmissions to an external server, leading investigators to a modest apartment across town. Inside, walls adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and prior residents of the house unveiled a disturbing reality. Journal entries meticulously chronicled each family member's daily routines. The most unsettling discovery was a workshop housing several incomplete dollhouses, each representing different local homes. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the former homeowners. Financial records indicated mounting debts post his parents' demise. Instead of selling the house, he resided covertly within, surreptitiously leasing it to unsuspecting tenants. A forensic psychologist assigned to the case elucidated, the dollhouse served as his command center, each figure symbolizing someone under his surveillance. Rebecca's figure near the attic door wasn't a threat, but an acknowledgement of her discovery. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed, attributing his actions to a need for control. They were living in my house, sleeping in my parents' room. I needed assurance they treated it respectfully. When questioned about the positioned figures, he cryptically stated, "I wanted them to know I was always present." Psychological evaluation unveiled a convoluted case of possessive delusion. Unable to cope with losing his childhood abode, Wells devised an intricate system to retain authority over it. The dollhouse became his tool to dominate both the property and its occupants. The Morgan family never revisited the house. Reflecting later, Rebecca acknowledged the true horror wasn't the dollhouse itself, but the realization behind it. We were under constant surveillance, manipulated like puppets. The dollhouse was a manifestation of our lack of autonomy, of being reduced to mere playthings. Wells faced charges of stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and breaking and entering. The case prompted a re-examination of real estate disclosure laws, emphasizing agents' responsibility to ensure properties are vacated appropriately. During sentencing, the judge condemned Wells for violating the Morgan family's sanctity and privacy. You didn't just trespass into their home, you invaded their peace and independence. You observed their most intimate moments for your gratification. What astounded criminologists was how long Wells could have remained undetected had Rebecca not uncovered the dollhouse. Forensic scrutiny of his journals suggested years of clandestine residence in various homes, creating dollhouses for each family under his watchful eye. The Morgans relocated far away, but Rebecca confessed to lingering unease, frequently checking concealed spaces. She banished all dollhouses and miniatures from their new abode. "Some days I still feel eyes upon me," she confided. "I wonder if somewhere someone is manipulating a miniature version of me in a dollhouse I have yet to find." Story 17. The dwelling had stood deserted for an age, a silent witness to the passage of time. Whispers in the neighborhood spoke of its vacancy since the day the young woman vanished without a trace. Yet as the new occupants crossed the threshold, they encountered a peculiar sight, a bedroom locked from within. With effort they breached the barrier, stepping into a realm frozen in time. The air hung heavy with neglect, a musty shroud enveloping the space. But amidst the stillness, a subtle unease lingered. The bed lay meticulously made, the mirror gleamed unblemished. A solitary candle stood as a sentinel on the desk, its essence extinguished to naught but a pool of solidified tears. And there upon the surface lay a notebook unveiled to a page adorned with fresh ink and entries scribed on the very eve of her disappearance. Detective Morgan delved into the words inscribed within the notebook's weathered pages, while forensic experts combed the room for traces left behind. The script belonged to Elise Winters, a soul aged 26, declared missing by kin near 5 years past. Her penmanship flowed gracefully across the parchment in precise strokes until the final entry, where the ink bore down with fervor, etching its mark on blank canvas. "I sense his eyes upon me this night," the conclusive entry whispered. "The same vehicle has circled thrice. My pleas for aid fall upon deaf ears. Should the worst come to pass, know it was no random fate." With a solemn nod, the detective secured the tome within an evidence pouch. A subtle scent, a blend of dust and something elusive, a faint hint of chemicals, clung to the air. The landlord lingered in the doorway, countenance pallid, arms wrapped in a defensive stance. "We scoured every inch air listing the space for rent," he murmured. "That door was never meant to be sealed shut." Elise had labored as a paralegal at Harriman and Associates, a revered legal entity entwined in high-stakes litigations. Colleagues painted her as meticulous, devoted, yet veiled in solitude prior to her vanishing. She lingered past hours, her overseer divulged to investigators in a recorded testimony. Claimed she unearthed discrepancies within the Westridge acquisition files, figures altered, documents retroactively penned. The detective pondered over images of Elise auburn tresses framing resolute eyes behind scholarly lenses, forever clad in professional attire. The woman captured in the snapshots seemed too methodical to vanish without a trace, too composed to evaporate into the ether. The chamber divulged scarce hints of void of struggle, a dearth of blood. Merely a snapshot frozen in time, as if Elise had ventured forth for a brief respite, intending to return momentarily. The candle on the bureau, a relic of ebony wax devoid of fragrance. Beneath it, the wood bore witness to the scars of heat's touch. "What have we unearthed?" Morgan inquired of the forensic lead. Multiple sets of prints, weathered by time, yet the absence of prints is the tale untold. The handle cleansed within and without. Such was the fate of the window latches. The investigators probed beyond the obvious, peering beneath baseboards, scouring behind outlets, questing for concealed recesses. As a loose floorboard yielded to their touch near the closet, a revelation emerged: a compact, watertight case cradling a flash drive and a key. The key unveiled a safe deposit at Northern Trust Bank. Within lay a secondary drive and a cache of documents. The files unveiled financial transactions twining Westridge Pharmaceuticals with offshore coffers linked to Harriman and Associates partners. Digital sleuths resurrected the drive's contents, unveiling audio logs and spreadsheets chronicling manipulated data from Westridge's flagship elixir, Neurapax. Amongst the recordings echoed Elise's voice and that of a man christened Vincent Harriman, the firm's senior custodian. These figures must remain a secret, Harriman's voice resonated in one recording. The side effects manifested in near 40% of subjects, not the 4% we disclosed. Were this unveiled, our firm would crumble and Westridge's stock would plummet to naught. Lives hang in the balance, Elise countered. The seizures plagued patients as initially prophesied by the genuine data. This discourse shall never see the light of day, Harriman retorted. Remember, what is spoken within these walls remains confined, for all our sakes. Detective Morgan liaised with pharmaceutical overseers, validating Neurapax's quiet withdrawal after a spate of deaths mirrored the symptoms Elise's concealed archives foretold. Subpoenas unfurled Harriman's personal and corporate histories, unearthing not directly binding him to Elise's disappearance until a trail of charges for a cleansing service at his holiday retreat surfaced the day following her decline. Upon scouring the estate, investigators chanced upon minuscule traces of blood aligning with Elise's genetic blueprint despite meticulous purging. The proof was circumstantial, yet damning. The enigma of the sealed chamber endured until Morgan scoured surveillance footage from adjacent locales. A silhouette akin to Harriman's physique approached the abode amidst a deluge on the night Elise vanished. The footage traced his ingress, but never his egress through visible portals. Returning to the room with an architectural savant, they unveiled a concealed passage, nestled in the closet's recesses, a covert conduit linking to subterranean maintenance tunnels threading beneath the district's antiquated abodes. The tunnel's maw had been sealed with fresh drywall, camouflaged to blend with the wall's visage. Vincent Harriman faced arrest amidst a bored gathering. When confronted with the evidence, he clung to a veneer of innocence, ascribing Elise's designs to abscond with the records. She teetered on the brink of sanity, consumed by paranoia, he professed to inquisitors, fabricating evidence to mar the firm post her promotion's denial. Nevertheless, the jury dissented. Footage salvaged from Elise's clandestine camera, nestled within a bookend on her shelf, unveiled Harriman breaching her sanctum that fateful eve. The film terminated abruptly with him drawing nigh to her desk, where she sat transcribing her final testament. Prosecutors postulated that post Elise's demise, Harriman secured the chamber's confines from within via a makeshift contrivance, absconding through the covert passageway. Years hence, ere the new occupant's arrival, he revisited the locale to erase all vestiges of culpability, inadvertently preserving the tableau for investigators to unravel. Harriman faced conviction for first-degree homicide notwithstanding the absence of a corporeal vessel. The pharmaceutical magnates implicated in the deceit faced parallel indictments. The bereaved kin of Neurapax's victims launched a class-action suit that laid bare systemic corruption. During the sentencing hearing, Elise's progenitor addressed the tribunal. My daughter's haven endured untouched, enshrining the verity she sacrificed her essence to unveil. She never truly vacated that enclosure. Her quest for equity remained ensconced, awaiting discovery. The new tenants shunned the abode's embrace. It now stands abandoned once more, its enigmas laid bare yet not relinquished to oblivion. Denizens sidestepped its confines post-nightfall. A few claimed to discern a flicker in the upper casement, the boudoir where a maiden mounted her final stand against potent figures who deemed their crimes beyond reprisal. Justice found Elise Winters, not in vitality, but in the testimony she bequeathed. The chamber she never wholly departed became both her mausoleum and her testament. Story 18. In the quiet stillness of the night, a pocket dial echoed through the empty halls of an abandoned house, a mere whisper in the darkness, a faint murmur from a long-forgotten phone. The operator, almost disregarding the static and muffled sounds, hesitated until a voice broke through the void. It was a woman, her words urgent, filled with fear. "He's here." He, and then silence enveloped the space once more. The number traced back to a desolate property, a place frozen in time, untouched by human presence for years. No signs of forced entry, no disturbances in the thick layer of dust that coated every surface. Yet in the dimly lit kitchen, an old phone sat on the counter, its screen casting an eerie glow in the dim light. The call had been made mere moments ago, a call that defied all logic and reason. Detective Morgan Reed, haunted by the whispered words that lingered in the air, pressed the playback button repeatedly, each time hoping for clarity, for answers that eluded her grasp. The voice, desperate and impossible, tugged at her senses, urging her to unravel the mystery that shrouded the abandoned house. The property had once belonged to the Sullivan family, their presence lingering in the faded memories of the past. Following a tragic fire that ravaged the west wing of the house, they had fled, seeking solace elsewhere. The caretaker, a solitary figure who tended to the property sporadically, swore that no one had trespassed within its walls in years. "Background check on the number," Morgan inquired, turning to her partner, Detective Walsh. The revelation that the call was linked to Catherine Sullivan, the deceased daughter of the family, sent a shiver down their spines. Catherine had perished in a car accident 3 long years ago, her voice now a ghostly echo from beyond the grave. As they delved deeper into the enigma that surrounded the mysterious call, the pieces of the puzzle refused to fit together. The phone, a relic of the past, seemed to defy reality, its presence a riddle that confounded even the most seasoned investigators. The forensic team scoured the house for clues, but the truth remained elusive, slipping through their fingers like grains of sand. The recording, a mere snippet of time frozen in static and breath, became the focal point of their inquiry. Voice analysis confirmed the chilling truth that the voice on the other end belonged to Catherine Sullivan, with a certainty that sent a shiver down their spines. The timestamp of the call aligned with the moment of her untimely demise, a coincidence too uncanny to be dismissed. Interviews with those who had known Catherine painted a portrait of a life cut short, a soul trapped in the echoes of the past. Her father, now a shadow of his former self, her mother, a grieving figure haunted by memories, and Mark Jennings, the boyfriend whose alibi crumbled under scrutiny, his facade of innocence slowly eroding. But it was a discovery buried within the pages of Catherine's journal that unraveled the truth, exposing the dark underbelly of a relationship gone awry. The journal, a testament to her pain and suffering, revealed a tale of love turned sour, of fear and manipulation that had festered in the shadows. As the investigation took a chilling turn, uncovering buried secrets and long-forgotten truths, the shadow of a sinister presence loomed large. Mark, the once trusted paramedic, stood at the center of the storm, his facade of normalcy shattered to reveal the darkness that lurked within. The truth, a harrowing revelation, emerged from the depths of deception. Catherine's death was no mere accident, but a carefully orchestrated crime, a crime of passion and control, fueled by a desire to silence her once and for all. And as Mark's reign of terror came to a swift end, justice prevailed not through the whispers of a ghostly phone call, but through the unwavering determination of those who sought to bring truth to light. the echoes of Catherine's voice, a beacon of hope in the darkness, a reminder that even in death, the silenced will find a way to speak. The abandoned house, a silent witness to the events that had transpired within its walls, stood as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. And in the quiet of the night, as the stars cast their gentle glow upon the world, the phone in the evidence locker remained a silent sentinel, a reminder of a tale that transcended time and space, a story of courage, of justice, and of the enduring power of a voice that refused to be silenced. Story 19, the aged apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered through time. The heating system emitted low groans, the pipes occasionally rattling in a familiar chorus. To her, it was all part of the building's character, its quirks woven into the fabric of her daily life. But one night, as she sat alone in the dimly lit living room, a hushed voice drifted through the vents, barely audible yet unmistakably clear. It wasn't the usual background noise of neighbors or the building settling. It was a whisper, calling out her name in a tone that sent a shiver down her spine. Intrigued and unnerved, she leaned in closer, pressing her ear against the cold metal grate. A rush of icy air brushed against her skin, followed by a soft, almost playful declaration, "I know you can hear me." Her heart quickened, a mixture of fear and curiosity gripping her as she grappled with the reality of what she was experiencing. Detective Morgan Shaw, a stoic figure in the vacant apartment, stood amidst the eerie stillness, her gaze fixed on the rusted vent cover that had been pried open. The forensics team, diligent in their work, moved around her like silent shadows, capturing every detail with their cameras. Alina Reeves, the missing victim whose fate had led them here, had seemingly vanished into thin air until the ominous discovery in the ventilation system. Officer Patel, with a furrowed brow, recounted Alina's prior concerns about voices echoing through the vents, dismissed as mere quirks of an old building by the management. Kneeling beside the vent, Shaw observed the telltale signs of a struggle, the deep scratches around the edges, evidence of a desperate attempt to escape from within. The pieces of the puzzle were slowly coming together, painting a haunting picture of a woman haunted by unseen forces. Alina, a beloved kindergarten teacher with a penchant for nurturing life, had succumbed to a growing paranoia in the weeks leading to her disappearance. Her fears, once brushed off as stress-induced delusions, now seemed chillingly real in the context of the evidence before them. As Shaw delved deeper into Alina's life, she uncovered a tapestry of fear and isolation woven into the very walls of the apartment. The perfectly arranged room, the untouched mug in the sink, the chair positioned beneath the vent, all spoke volumes of a presence lurking in the shadows. The forensic findings only added to the enigma surrounding Alina's fate. Fibers matching her clothing, an unknown fingerprint on the vent cover, and the haunting audio recordings from her phone painted a grim portrait of a woman tormented by an unseen stalker. The investigation took a dark turn as the history of the apartment unraveled, revealing a series of unsettling incidents involving past tenants. Stories of strange noises, hallucinations, and unexplained disappearances cast a long shadow over the building's shadowy past. The spotlight now turned to Harold Weber, the unassuming building superintendent with a chilling secret. His demeanor, once composed, faltered under Shaw's scrutiny, hinting at deeper truths buried beneath his facade of normalcy. A hidden access panel in Alina's bathroom unveiled a sinister truth, a secret passage winding through the walls, a gateway to the heart of the building's mysteries. Inside, a cache of personal belongings and remnants of a clandestine existence painted a chilling portrait of a voyeur lurking in the shadows. With each piece of evidence uncovered, Shaw's certainty grew the walls held more than memories. They harbored a malevolent presence, a twisted soul preying on the unsuspecting tenants. Weber's meticulously kept records, his voyeuristic obsession laid bare in his digital diary, painted a macabre picture of his deranged fixation. As the case unfolded, the chilling reality of Aliner's final moments came to light. Drugged and disoriented, she had ventured into the labyrinthine ventilation system, drawn in by promises of companionship from the unseen malefactor who had orchestrated her tragic fate. Weber's arrest marked the end of a reign of terror that had lurked in the shadows of the apartment building for far too long. His serene demeanor and cryptic words only added to the mystique surrounding his twisted motivations. The trial, a somber affair marked by tales of horror and betrayal, culminated in a swift verdict guilty on all counts. Weber's parting words, a haunting echo of his delusions, lingered in Shaw's mind long after the courtroom had emptied. The apartment building, now a hollow shell of its former self, stood as a silent witness to the horrors that had unfolded within its walls. Despite attempts at renewal, the whispers of the past refused to be silenced, echoing through the vents, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked within. Residents came and went, each one haunted by the faint whispers in the walls, the cold drafts that carried echoes of a bygone era. The building's aging infrastructure groaned and rattled, a symphony of secrets waiting to be unraveled. And in the stillness of the night, the echoes of a tormented soul lingered, a ghostly presence that refused to fade into obscurity. Story 20. The old Polaroid held secrets long forgotten, capturing a birthday celebration frozen in time. Faces beamed with joy, candles flickering innocently in the background, a scene so common, yet tinged with an unsettling mystery. When the daughter inherited the box of nostalgic photos, a chilling discovery awaited her. Among the familiar faces, there lurked a presence unseen before a man, shadowed and mysterious, standing just beyond the reach of the warm candlelight. He did not belong to the family, his presence a ghostly enigma haunting every snapshot. Sarah Winters stumbled upon this collection while sorting through her mother's attic after the solemn echoes of a funeral had faded away. The box, labeled only as memories, revealed a trove of faded photographs documenting moments of familial bliss from her childhood. What should have brought solace and fond remembrance instead unveiled a tale of dread and uncertainty. In the initial photo, he lingered at the edge of perception, a dark silhouette by the glass door during her 7th birthday party. His obscured face watched from the shadows, a silent observer. As the sequence progressed, his presence grew bolder, moving closer with each snapshot. In the 2nd photo, he had ventured inside. By the 3rd, he stood ominously behind her uncle. Yet none in the pictures seemed to acknowledge his existence. Trembling with unease, Sarah reached out to her father, seeking answers to the unsettling enigma. "Dad, who is this man in the background of these photos?" A heavy silence hung in the air before a sharp intake of breath broke through. "What man? There should be no one but family." Her father's voice faltered, betraying a hint of fear. Detective Marcus Reed lent a patient ear as Sarah laid out the eerie photographs on his desk, the patter of rain against the window pane adding a soothing rhythm to the tense atmosphere. With methodical precision, the detective examined each photo, his keen gaze tracing the progression of the mysterious figure. "No one recognized this individual?" he inquired, his interest piqued by the enigmatic trail left behind in the snapshots. As the evidence unfolded before them, a sense of foreboding crept into the room. The figure, once dismissed as a figment of paranoia, now revealed a calculated advance through the family gathering, inching ever closer to the unsuspecting children. In the final picture, he loomed directly behind Sarah's youthful form, a chilling hand outstretched just beyond the frame. Suggestions of the photographer's inadvertent presence were quickly debunked, leaving the detective with a perplexing enigma to untangle. The shadowy figure, strategically obscured in each photo, seemed to possess an eerie awareness of the camera's lens, evading recognition with practiced precision. The investigation took an unexpected turn when Sarah unearthed similar photos from different occasions and years, each unveiling the same haunting figure lurking in the background, unnoticed and uninvited. With the aid of digital enhancements, minute details emerged: a scar, a ring, a partial reflection unveiling a face long shrouded in darkness. A breakthrough came with the revelation of dental records linking the figure to Robert Keller, a maintenance worker implicated in chilling disappearances of children years prior. Keller's ties to the vacation property where Sarah's birthday had unfolded unraveled a sinister connection to long-forgotten abductions that had plagued the region. As authorities delved deeper, excavating the remnants of Keller's past, grim artifacts surfaced: a hair clip, a toy car, a bracelet, each a haunting echo of vanished lives. The somber truth emerged as DNA confirmed the identity of one of the missing children, bringing closure to families tormented by decades of uncertainty. Alone in her quiet apartment, Sarah pondered the grim revelations that had upended her sense of security. The shadow in the family photos, once a spectral enigma, now stood exposed in the harsh light of accountability. As she carefully returned the photos to their box, a chilling realization settled over her: the unseen threats that lurk in the corners of our memories, hidden from sight but ever present, waiting to be unveiled by the passage of time. In the stillness of that moment, as the candles of the past flickered in her mind, Sarah understood the weight of forgotten horrors brought to light. The hidden figures that move through our lives, unnoticed and insidious, leaving behind traces of their sinister presence in the captured moments of our shared history. Story 21. The hotel sat quietly in the shadows, a relic of a forgotten era, its faded facade a testament to the transient nature of its guests. The receptionist handed her the key with a cryptic expression, a silent warning lingering in his eyes. "Just avoid the last door on the left," he whispered, his voice barely a murmur. Intrigue tugged at her curiosity, a whisper of mystery in the stale air. That evening, as she navigated the dimly illuminated corridor, she found herself drawn to that forbidden door. The brass handle chilled her fingertips as she reached out, the wood grain cool beneath her palm. To the casual observer, it was just like any other door, blending seamlessly with its neighbors. But as she pressed her ear against it, a soft, rhythmic breath brushed against her senses, a ghostly exhale from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed awoke from her slumber, the remnants of a restless night clinging to her like a shroud. She ducked beneath the caution tape, entering a scene tainted by the metallic tang of blood, a scent that lingered in the stillness. The room was a canvas of contradictions, a pristine bathroom juxtaposed with a grim tableau sprawled across the floor. A young woman lay motionless, her golden locks splayed like a halo, her vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling in eternal silence. Reed knelt beside the victim, mindful of the delicate dance of evidence markers that punctuated the room. "The third one this season," remarked the forensic technician, his tone devoid of emotion as he captured the scene through his lens. "The same signature as before." Reed nodded, her thoughts drifting into the labyrinth of possibilities. The victim, adorned in finery that clashed with the decrepit surroundings, seemed out of place in this forgotten inn. A designer handbag lay open, its contents untouched, dispelling the notion of a robbery gone awry. This was a crime of passion, a personal vendetta that transcended mere material gain. The hotel manager lingered in the threshold, his pallor betraying his unease. She checked in alone, paid in cash. I never imagined. His voice faltered, the weight of the tragedy heavy upon him. The maid made the discovery during her routine cleaning. Back at the precinct, Reed pieced together the puzzle on the corkboard, connecting the dots between the victims found in obscure motels. The media buzzed with speculation, painting a portrait of a shadowy predator lurking in the periphery. The autopsy report is in, announced Detective Hayes, depositing a file on Reed's desk. Death by strangulation, manual. No DNA evidence under the victim's nails. No signs of sexual assault. Reed furrowed her brow, sensing a deeper narrative beneath the surface, a tale of intertwined destinies and hidden truths. Days blurred into nights as the investigation delved deeper into the shadows. Surveillance footage yielded no breakthroughs, leaving more questions than answers in its wake. Elaine Werner, the latest victim, emerged as an enigma, a meticulous financial analyst with no apparent enemies, a woman who seemed out of place in the sordid setting of her demise. A breakthrough arrived in the form of a cryptic revelation from Werner's sister, hinting at a clandestine affair with a mysterious figure known only as C, a web of deceit unfurled, weaving a tapestry of betrayal and deceit within Werner's professional circle. Reed's gaze settled on Charles Emerson, the senior vice president whose polished exterior belied a darker truth. Colleagues spoke of his professionalism, his aloof demeanor shielding a hidden realm of secrets. A business card tucked away in Werner's desk pointed to a connection that transcended the boundaries of the workplace, a forbidden liaison that ended in tragedy. Emerson's alibi crumbled under the weight of circumstantial evidence, his denials ringing hollow in the face of mounting proof. Forensic analysis linked Emerson to the crime scene, unraveling a tapestry of deceit woven with meticulous precision. His facade cracked under the relentless scrutiny, revealing a heart consumed by greed and desperation. The camera hidden in the adjacent room bore witness to his depravity, capturing the chilling moments of his twisted ritual. Fibers and DNA tied him to the victims, painting a portrait of a man driven by an insatiable hunger for control. In the interrogation room, Emerson's mask slipped, revealing the hollow core that lay beneath his polished veneer. "They threatened everything I held dear," he confessed, his voice a whisper in the sterile chamber. The trial unfolded like a macabre theater, the families of the victims finding solace in the semblance of justice served. Emerson's stoic facade crumbled as the gavel fell, sealing his fate in the shadows of the courtroom. As Reed watched him being led away, a shiver traced its way down her spine, a lingering echo of the darkness that lurked within human hearts. The media christened it the door on the left case, a cautionary tale of deception and desire. For Reed, the echoes of that fateful night lingered in the recesses of her mind, a reminder that some doors once opened could never be closed again. In the evidence vault, the keys to those forbidden chambers lay dormant, relics of a past best left undisturbed. Story 22. In the stillness of the night, a package arrived in the mail, shrouded in mystery. Wrapped in a plain envelope, it held a single brass key, weathered by time's gentle touch. The homeowner, Sarah Miller, felt a whisper of recognition stir within her as she held the key in her hand. Yet when she tested it in every lock she owned, not a single one yielded to its touch. It belonged to no door in her possession. Perplexed, Sarah set the brass key down on the coffee table. And then, as if in response to its presence, the old grandfather clock in the hallway, long silent and broken, let out a single haunting chime that reverberated through the house, stirring shadows of the past. Puzzled and unsettled, Sarah reported this strange occurrence to the local authorities, a simple act that set off a chain of events that would unravel the tranquility of the quiet suburban neighborhood. Initially met with skepticism, the responding officer took possession of the key, dismissing it as a mere mix-up in the mail. But Sarah's intuition whispered a different tale, a sense of unease that refused to be ignored. Reluctantly, the officer bagged the key as evidence, unaware of the dark secrets it held within its worn grooves. The case found its way to Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the subtle nuances that often foretold sinister deeds. The brass key sat on his desk, unassuming yet casting a shadow of foreboding over the room. Delving into Sarah's background, the investigation revealed a woman with no hint of a criminal past. A retired teacher, a widow, a mother with children far from home, her life appeared ordinary, devoid of any shadowy dealings. Forensic analysis uncovered no fingerprints on the key save for Sarah's own. The envelope divulged no secrets, bearing only a generic postmark from a distant distribution center. The key, a simple schlage, bore the weight of years gone by, its history obscured by time's veil. A breakthrough came when Detective Harmon decided to delve deeper, running the key's unique pattern through the department's database. A cold case from years past emerged, its tendrils reaching out to connect with the present, a storage unit, blood-stained carpets, chilling tools, and photographs of nameless women. The original investigation had hit a dead end, the perpetrator slipping through the cracks. But as Harmon pored over the dusty files, a thread emerged, leading back to a man named Harold Jenkins, a ghost from the past with a macabre connection to Sarah Miller. Harold Jenkins, a shadow in the night, a phantom who had once walked the same streets as Sarah, his presence now a chilling echo in her life. A man of mystery, of gaps and relocations, his past a tapestry woven with threads of darkness. As the investigation deepened, the true horror of Jenkins' deeds unfurled like a sinister blossom. A cabin, a concealed room beneath its floorboards, a trove of keys each bearing a name, a macabre collection of lives intertwined with death. The manhunt for Jenkins spread like wildfire, his name whispered in fear across the nation. The Keymaster, they called him, a title that echoed with dread, a testament to the darkness that lurked in the heart of the ordinary. In the depths of the wilderness, a final showdown loomed, a confrontation between light and shadow, between justice and the abyss. Jenkins, a specter of malevolence, met his end in a desolate tower, leaving behind a journal of horrors and a legacy of pain. For Sarah Miller, the ordeal was a brush with the abyss, a glimpse into the heart of darkness that beat beneath the surface of normalcy. The keys, silent witnesses to unspeakable tragedies, whispered of lives lost and souls unmoored. As the case closed, 32 victims found their voices in death, their stories etched in the annals of tragedy. And Sarah, haunted by the shadows of the past, never returned to the home that had once been her sanctuary. In the stillness of the night, the grandfather clock stood silent, its chime a distant memory of a time when darkness brushed against the light. And somewhere in an evidence locker, a collection of brass keys lay dormant, a testament to the fragility of safety and the resilience of the human spirit. Story 23. In the quiet hours of the morning, a mysterious package arrived at Sarah Miller's doorstep. No return label, no tracking number, just a plain cardboard box damp from the morning dew. The address was correct, but the name Daniel Whitaker was unfamiliar to her. Curiosity tugged at her, urging her to uncover the secrets within. Ignoring the warning signs, she brought the package inside, its weight heavy in her hands, laden with the unknown. Inside the box, amidst the mundane tape and sticky note, lay a VHS tape. The black plastic felt ancient, carrying whispers of a forgotten time. With trembling fingers, Sarah inserted the tape into her old VCR, the static on the screen drawing her into a world of shadows and secrets. On the flickering screen, a man named Daniel Whitaker emerged from darkness, his voice a haunting melody of truth and desperation. He spoke of innocence tainted by circumstance, of a life upended by a crime he did not commit. Sarah watched, spellbound, as his story unfolded in the dimly lit room, every word etched with urgency and fear. As Detective Eliza Ramirez delved into the case, she unraveled a web of deceit surrounding Catherine Walsh's murder. The evidence pointed to Whitaker, a man on the run, but the arrival of multiple tapes hinted at a darker truth lurking beneath the surface. Each tape revealed a piece of the puzzle, leading Ramirez down a twisted path of corruption and betrayal. The pieces fell into place as Sarah received a second package, filled with damning documents that exposed a conspiracy at the heart of a powerful pharmaceutical company. The truth, long buried beneath layers of deception, finally came to light, setting in motion a chain of events that would change lives forever. With unwavering determination, Ramirez and Sarah followed the breadcrumbs laid out by Whitaker, uncovering the extent of the injustice that had been done. In a storage unit hidden from prying eyes, they found the key to unlocking the mystery, a journal detailing the conspiracy, plans for framing an innocent man, and the downfall of those who thought themselves untouchable. Justice, elusive yet inevitable, arrived in the form of irrefutable evidence and unwavering resolve. The guilty were brought to account, the truth vindicated, and a man wrongfully accused found redemption in the light of day. As Sarah handed back the tapes to Whitaker, their eyes met in silent understanding. The wrong address had led to the right outcome, a testament to the power of chance and the resilience of truth. In a world shrouded in shadows, they stood as beacons of light, reminders that justice, though delayed, always finds a way to prevail. And so the VHS tapes, once symbols of deception, became relics of a journey one of mystery, redemption, and the enduring quest for truth in a world rife with lies. Story 24, the town held a secret, a silent agreement to never speak of the house nestled at the edge of the woods. It stood stoic, untouched by time, its windows like darkened eyes and its porch bowed with the weight of forgotten years. No one could recall who claimed it or who crafted its walls. Yet one fateful day, a group of curious hikers ventured too close, drawn by an invisible force. What they discovered etched into the weathered wood sent shivers down their spines, names of the lost, names of the forgotten. And at the very bottom, a name unfamiliar to all but one among them. Trembling, a hiker whispered, "That name belongs to me." In the dead of night, a call came in, a mere trespassing report on the surface. The voice on the line belonged to Mason Wright, the brave soul who found his own name etched into that desolate dwelling. Expecting a simple case of mischief, officers arrived at the scene only to be met with a mystery beyond comprehension. Detective Sarah Keller stepped into the darkness of the forest, her flashlight cutting through the thick shadows to reveal the eerie sight before her. 27 names, old and new, lined the walls of the house like a macabre tribute. And at the end of that haunting list, Mason Wright, the letters still fresh, as if carved by an unseen hand. "I've never set foot here before," Mason insisted, his breath forming wisps in the icy air. How could anyone know my name? Thus began an investigation that would chill even the bravest hearts. Background checks unearthed the harrowing truth: the names on that wall belonged to souls lost to the woods over decades. Some vanished without a trace, their cases turned cold with time, while others remained open, a wound that refused to heal. Each victim shared a chilling similarity: they all disappeared while wandering these very woods alone. Forensic experts meticulously studied the carvings, each mark telling a story of fear and despair. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, harkened back to a tragedy from 37 years past, a young woman who ventured into the forest and never returned, leaving behind only a solitary boot by a stream. Mason's innocence seemed undeniable, his story unwavering, his ties to the other names non-existent. As the focus shifted to Mason's companions, a photographer's lens revealed a spectral presence in the background of their journey, a phantom figure lurking in the shadows of the captured moments. Denying any recollection of encountering another soul on their trek, the group stood united in their confusion and fear. Detective Keller, undeterred, led a search of the abandoned house's depths, where a sinister truth lay waiting. In the basement, a macabre collection greeted the officers' personal effects of the missing hikers, meticulously arranged on shelves, each item bearing a name from the wall outside. Bloodstains, old but not forgotten, whispered of untold horrors, while the forest outside beckoned with secrets buried deep within its dark embrace. Mason's unease grew palpable, his claims of unseen watchers and haunting whispers painting a picture of a mind on the brink of unraveling. A breakthrough came in the form of forgotten records, revealing the house's enigmatic owner, Victor Blackwood. A recluse who vanished into obscurity 15 years prior, his ties to the house and its sinister history sent shivers down the spines of all who delved into the darkness. A search of the surrounding forest unearthed Blackwood's chilling legacy, a journal detailing his twisted obsession with hunting, not animals but humans. The manhunt for Blackwood spanned miles of unforgiving terrain, the forest holding its secrets close, refusing to yield its most elusive prey. Mason, once a victim, now a target, disappeared into the night, leaving behind a cryptic message that spoke of a deadly game turned on its head. The walls of the house bore witness to a new name, a name that struck fear into the hearts of those who knew its bearer. Days turned to weeks, weeks to months, yet Mason and the forensic technician remained lost to the forest's silent embrace. A sinister workshop hidden within the house revealed a truth too horrifying to fathom, a truth that left even the most seasoned investigators reeling. The trap was set, the stage illuminated by the cold light of a moonless night. And then a flicker of movement, a shadow in the night, a figure tall and thin emerging from the depths of the forest. The cameras captured the impossible sight, a being untouched by time or reason, a predator in a world turned upside down. But as swiftly as it appeared, the figure vanished into the darkness, leaving behind only questions and a lingering sense of dread. Today the house stands silent, a sentinel of the shadows, its walls bearing the weight of unspeakable truths. Mason and the technician are but whispers in the wind, their fates intertwined with a darkness that refuses to be tamed. The investigation presses on, new disappearances echoing the past, a cycle of fear and loss that haunts the very soul of those who dare to venture into the woods. And so the names on the wall remain a mystery, a legend that few dare to speak, for fear that their own fate may be sealed with a single whispered word. Story 25: The Whispers of Blackwood Manor. She had a desire to refresh the nursery before the little one's arrival, a sanctuary in need of a new beginning. The walls wore a faded blue, a hue that whispered of bygone tales hidden within its depths. With each stroke of white paint, a revelation unfolded, a cryptic message emerging from beneath the layers. Initially faint, the letters gradually sharpened into focus, spelling out a chilling warning: don't let it hear you. Her breath hitched in her throat as she recoiled, taking in the sight before her. Amidst the fresh coat of paint, tiny handprints stood out, too high for any child's reach. A sense of unease settled over her, a feeling that lingered long after she stepped away. This eerie discovery within the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the genesis of what would later be dubbed the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style home at a remarkably low price, unaware of the shadows lurking within its walls. Their real estate agent had brushed off the property's dark history as mere cosmetic issues, a veil to conceal the truth. Detective Sarah Klein arrived at the doorstep, her notebook poised for revelations. A pregnant woman greeted her, her paint-stained overalls draped over her prominent belly. Weariness etched her features, a testament to sleepless nights spent in apprehension. As the woman recounted the chilling discovery of the message and handprints, the detective observed the tremble in her hands, a silent echo of fear. The previous owners vanished without a trace, the woman disclosed. Neighbors claimed they fled in the dead of night, leaving behind all but the essentials in their haste. The detective absorbed the woman's account, a puzzle piece in a larger, enigmatic narrative. Stepping through the threshold of the historic residence, Detective Klein's footsteps echoed on weathered floorboards, bearing witness to the weight of time. In the nursery, she scrutinized the partially painted wall, the ominous message still lingering beneath the interrupted brushstrokes. Adjacent to it, 5 child-sized handprints marred the fresh paint, a silent testament to an unseen presence. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property's archives, unearthing a trail of unsettling turnover. The house had changed hands numerous times, each family fleeing its confines in haste, haunted by whispers and unseen eyes. Child welfare reports hinted at a darker truth, of children tormented by spectral whispers and unseen forces. Further investigation unveiled a chilling chapter of the house's past. Once the domain of Eleanor Blackwood, a widow who ran an orphanage within its walls, the property bore witness to unspeakable secrets. 5 children had vanished under her care, their fate shrouded in mystery and neglect. As the detective pieced together fragments of the past, a harrowing pattern emerged. Each family's account echoed a similar tale of eerie phenomena, culminating in the ominous message discovered behind layers of paint. The handwriting, eerily consistent with Eleanor's, bore a macabre warning that transcended time. A breakthrough came with the authorization to scan the basement with ground-penetrating radar, revealing chilling anomalies beneath the surface. Beneath the concrete floor lay 5 small shapes, each mirroring a child's form. The subsequent excavation unearthed a grim truth: 5 sets of remains, arranged in a haunting circle, bearing witness to a dark chapter of the house's history. Forensic analysis confirmed the children's identities, their pendants engraved with names that finally gave voice to the silenced orphans. Luminol cast a ghostly glow over the nursery walls, illuminating scores of handprints etched in desperation, a silent plea for remembrance. Eleanor's journals, recovered from dusty archives, unveiled her ghastly ambitions to harness the essence of orphan souls for her own immortality. The children's futile attempts to warn future inhabitants etched into the walls, a chilling testament to their tragic end. With justice served for the victims of yesteryears, the house stood as a relic of unspeakable horrors. The nursery walls, once witnesses to unspeakable deeds, were razed in a bid for closure. Yet the echoes of the past lingered, whispers that defied erasure, a reminder of the spectral presence that dwelled within. As the house fell into silence, shunned by the living, Detective Klein preserved a haunting memento, a photograph capturing the luminous handprints, a spectral imprint of lives lost to the shadows. In the twilight of the whispering house case, unanswered questions lingered, a testament to the enduring mystery of Blackwood Manor. Story 26, The Enigmatic Victorian. She crossed the threshold, the air thick with dust dancing in the stillness of the abandoned house. Years of neglect had left the once grand Victorian in a state of eerie silence, its walls shedding layers of paint, its furniture shrouded in ghostly sheets. Each step she took felt like entering a snapshot frozen in time, a moment suspended in a mysterious hush, except for one unsettling detail that set this place apart from mere neglect. The doors. No matter which door she opened, no matter which hallway she ventured down, she found herself right back in the parlor. A strange loop of corridors and chambers that defied logic. The outside world seemed to fade away, leaving her trapped in a labyrinth of her own making. And when she turned to retrace her steps, the front door had vanished, leaving her stranded in this peculiar maze of a house. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless form transformed the once forgotten Victorian into a scene of intrigue and dread. Detective Sarah Lind stood at the threshold, observing as forensic experts moved silently through the dimly lit rooms like spectral figures. What was once a place of whispered urban legends and curious folklore had now become a place of somber truths and unsettling mysteries. The initial assessment suggests she passed 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his voice barely audible in the heavy air. Cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan had been found seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her posture serene as if awaiting a guest that would never arrive. No signs of struggle marred the scene, no hint of violence in the peaceful tableau. The stillness of the room held a weight of its own, a silence that spoke volumes to those who dared to listen. Who discovered the body? Lind inquired, her gaze fixed on the details before her. A real estate agent showing the property to prospective buyers, her partner replied. They stumbled upon her, thinking she was a trespasser until they drew closer. The Victorian had stood abandoned since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly half a decade earlier. Legal disputes had left the property in a state of limbo, unwanted and untouched, save for the occasional intruders seeking thrills in its decaying halls. Morgan Pierce, a young scholar of 26, had been captivated by the enigmatic allure of architectural anomalies, using the Victorian as a focal point for her research. Her friends spoke of her as meticulous, driven, drawn to spaces that challenged the boundaries of conventional design. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days prior, Lind noted, piecing together the fragments of the puzzle. Said Morgan spoke of visiting the house where one loses their way for her studies. As the investigation unfolded, a pattern emerged: Morgan's repeated visits to the Victorian in the weeks leading up to her demise. Her journal entries chronicled strange phenomena, from peculiar echoes to shifting doorways that defied logic. In her final notes, she spoke of bringing specialized equipment to document what she cryptically referred to as spatial anomalies, equipment that remained conspicuously absent from the scene. The autopsy yielded a revelation: an unusual alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant used in ancient rituals to alter perception. Though not in lethal doses, the substance hinted at a journey into realms beyond the mundane, a path fraught with shadows and whispers. She wasn't one to indulge in recreational substances, her partner insisted during questioning. Morgan was dedicated to her craft, unwavering in her pursuit of knowledge. Digital traces on Morgan's devices unveiled a clandestine correspondence with a kindred spirit, someone who shared her fascination with the secrets of the house. Their exchanges grew intimate, veiled in cryptic allusions to hidden truths and whispered revelations. The house retains its memories, read one message. It yearns to be understood. The investigation turned to Adam Reeves, an expert in architectural history who had engaged in discussions with Morgan about the Victorians' enigmatic nature. His alibi for the time of Morgan's passing seemed airtight, supported by surveillance footage of him lecturing at a distant university event. The house harbors a legacy, Reeves confessed. Its architect wove illusions and deceptions into its very structure. Morgan believed there was a deeper reality waiting to be unveiled. Yet a revelation from an unexpected source shifted the focus of the inquiry. A descendant of Eleanor Blackwood, now residing abroad, shared a family secret buried beneath layers of silence. My grandmother was not the sole Blackwood claimed by that house, he revealed. Generations have succumbed to its influence, found seated in the parlor, their faces serene. The family called it the claiming. Journals spanning decades detailed deaths attributed to natural causes within the house, a pattern of individuals falling victim to an invisible force that lurked within its walls. A force that defied explanation and defied reason. A meticulous search of the property unearthed a hidden chamber behind the parlor fireplace, a chamber containing relics from distant cultures arranged in a pattern of arcane significance. At its heart lay a weathered figurine, a representation of a deity linked to thresholds and transitions between worlds. Traces of the alkaloid found in Morgan's system adorn the artifacts, hinting at a connection beyond the tangible. The investigation took a chilling turn as forensic analysis revealed the presence of an unknown individual in the house at the time of Morgan's passing. Partial fingerprints, foreign to known visitors, lingered on door handles and surfaces throughout the labyrinthine structure, whispering of a presence unseen and unknown. Weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered in his residence, mirroring Morgan's fate with the telltale alkaloid in his system. Clutched in his hand, a key that unlocked a hidden compartment within the Victorian, a compartment that held secrets too ancient and too profound to comprehend. In a final missive to himself, Reeves penned a cryptic farewell. The house does not bind you physically. It binds your perception, weaving illusions that blur the boundaries of reality. By the time you recognize the truth, the desire to depart has long faded. The case, shrouded in enigma, remains open, an investigation into deaths cloaked in shadows and riddles. The Victorian, now condemned and sealed off, stands as a monument to the unknown, a sentinel of secrets best left undisturbed. Whispers persist among the locals of flickering lights within its forsaken walls, of souls lost in a dance with unseen forces. Some speak of a curse that claims those who delve too deeply into its mysteries, while others whisper of a truth so profound that it transcends the boundaries of mortal understanding. The truth eludes grasp, slipping through fingers like sand in an hourglass, a truth as elusive as an exit in a house where every door leads back to the beginning, where every path circles back upon itself in an eternal dance of shadows and light. Story 27, the ancient library faced its final hours, destined for destruction. Workers hurried to complete the demolition, unaware of the secrets lurking within its walls. As the shelves were dismantled, the worker stumbled upon a hidden latch, triggering a soft click that unveiled a passage to a forgotten chamber. The air inside was heavy with the weight of time, undisturbed for decades. In the center stood a solitary chair, bolted to the floor, surrounded by emptiness. Etched repeatedly on the walls, a haunting message echoed, "I am still here." The foreman, sensing unease, contacted the authorities. What appeared routine soon twisted into a chilling enigma. Detective Morgan Walsh, seasoned by years of peculiar cases, stepped into the hidden room. His flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing the cryptic message that adorned the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh commanded, his voice resonating in the confined space. "No one disturbs anything until forensics arrives." The library's history whispered of the Harrington family, once pillars of the community. They had gifted the building to the public following the mysterious disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanished during her college years, leaving behind only an abandoned car near the woods, Rebecca's fate remained a haunting enigma. Despite exhaustive searches, the truth eluded all. Forensic experts meticulously combed the hidden chamber, unearthing traces of hair and fibers embedded in the chair. Blood and skin cells clung to the scratches on the walls, hinting at a tumultuous struggle. This chair was a prison, the analyst observed, pointing to the worn leather straps and bolt holes. Someone fought against captivity here. Walsh delved into the Harrington lineage, haunted by the timing of the library's donation post-Rebecca's vanishing. A contractor exclusive to Rebecca's uncle Maxwell Harrington had installed the secret chamber. Financial records hinted at unusual payments far beyond standard renovations. Library staff, oblivious to the hidden room, recalled Maxwell's solitary vigils in that wing after hours, under the guise of preserving historical integrity. DNA analysis linked the biological remnants in the chamber to Rebecca. The unsettling truth unraveled the room had caged her, potentially at the hands of her own kin. With a warrant, detectives scoured the Harrington estate, unearthing a concealed journal in Maxwell's study. Entries chronicled a twisted obsession with his niece, culminating in a chilling ultimatum within the final pages. Confronted with damning evidence, Maxwell's mask of innocence shattered. "She threatened it all," he confessed, devoid of remorse. "I couldn't risk exposure." Maxwell's words unveiled a macabre tale: Rebecca's imprisonment, her attempt at escape, and the fatal outcome of their struggle. Excavation beneath the hidden room confirmed Rebecca's tragic end. Her remains, clad in a silver bracelet from her parents, emerged from the earth. The Harringtons faced Maxwell's trial, bearing witness to justice long overdue. Rebecca's mother clung to her daughter's bracelet, a poignant relic of remembrance. The library, once marked for demolition, stood as a memorial to a life extinguished. Locals laid flowers at its entrance, honoring a soul silenced too soon. In a cruel twist, Rebecca's desperate plea, "I am still here," etched in desperation, ensured her legacy endured, a beacon of justice in the shadows.